A quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order, and I ask that you all rise and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The committee is meeting today for consideration of H.R. 5248 to ensure the alignment of economic and foreign policies to position the Department of State to reflect that economic security as national security and for other purposes. H.R. 5251 to provide for the public diplomacy authorities of the Department of State and for other purposes. H.R. 5245 to provide for the management authorities of the Department of State. H.R. 5247 to provide for the International Security Affairs Authorities of the Department of State. H.R. 5244 to provide for the authorities of the Secretary of State. H.R. 5246 to provide for the Political Affairs Authorities of the Department of State and for other purposes. H.R. 5250 to provide for the Foreign Assistance Authority of the Department of State and for other purposes. H.R. 5299, the DFC Modernization Act of 2025, and H.R. 5300, the Department of State Policy Provisions Act. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Right now, the Department of State, 85% of it is not authorized by Congress. It's not a rounding number, it's an exact calculation. So regardless of the good work that had been done in the past, we have this responsibility to do today. Between the year 2000 and 2024, the State Department's budget grew from $9.5 billion to more than $55 billion. And we have to ask, where did that money go? And did our foreign policy feel 5 times better? And what is the accountability that we put onto that massive increase that's taken place within the State Department? The State Department, for decades, has had a culture of unaccountability because of a structure that did not demand accountability. This authorization is designed to end that. It is designed to restore accountability. Accountability to us, the legislative branch. Every State Department employee will answer to a single chain of command, whether it's a consular affairs officer processing a passport or a bureau head in Washington overseeing hundreds of direct reports. America will speak with a unified, disciplined, and strategic voice abroad. No more rogue diplomats funding transgender musicals and saying that that is soft power. Economic policy will be treated as foreign policy. Economic security will be treated as national security. Every dollar of aid will be overseen by a new undersecretary for foreign assistance. The State Department will be required to produce a global public diplomacy strategy with hard benchmarks, measurable results, and assessments of how we counter our adversaries through the power of diplomacy. International security policy will be driven by results, results-based management, not bureaucracy. These reforms will give America's diplomats the tools and the flexibility to succeed, but with firm guardrails in place to carry out the president's foreign policy, never their own. Reform like this has to be open and transparent, and that's exactly how we built out these bills. We tried to empower every single member of this committee, Democrat and Republican, to craft this bill. For instance, my friend, the ranking member from New York, wrote the section creating a new Assistant Secretary of State for Energy and Security and Diplomacy. Warren Davidson wrote the section creating the Office of Strategic Currency Diplomacy to make sure that dollar reigns supreme. The ranking member of our Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, Congressman Castro, got in language in the bill creating a new investment screening initiative at the State Department. Representative Jackson wrote the section establishing an Assistant Secretary for Commercial Diplomacy. Representative Moskowitz My fellow Floridian, you got in new accountability guidelines for the U.S. Security Coordinator for Israel and Palestinian Authority, Mike Lawler. You wrote the provision making it easier for the Bureau of Consular Affairs to hire qualified passport specialists to cut down on backlogs. That's just a fraction of the 2,300 member priorities that were considered for inclusion. And we could go back and forth all day about those provisions coming from all sides of this body. It doesn't even account for the hundreds of amendments that we will be debating in this markup. When I asked to lead this committee, it was with the promise that we would conduct the first comprehensive standalone State Department reauthorization or deauthorization of programs since 2002. We are taking that action today, but this can't be done as a one-off. It should be the ambition of all of us to do this not just every Congress, but every year moving forward with the same resolve that the National Defense Authorization Act is conducted every year. This package is a major step forward for the State Department, but it should only be the beginning. In the years ahead, we should bring the same discipline and oversight to the entire foreign policy apparatus, including the U.S. Institute of Peace, the Peace Corps, and every corner of government that spends taxpayer dollars in the name of diplomacy, but maybe does not answer directly to the Secretary of State in the same ways. America's strength abroad depends on accountability back home, and we are just getting started on that. I will now recognize my ranking member Meeks, for any opening statement that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate this committee's effort to consider a State Department authorization. This is critical work. Congress has a responsibility to ensure America continues to have the most capable diplomatic and development workforce in the world. And I recognize your commitment to working on an authorization and the hard work of both of our staffs. As Bill Burns, one of America's finest Foreign Service officers, wrote, and I quote, "Diplomats are translators of the world to Washington and Washington to the world. They are early warning radars for threats and opportunities, builders and repairers of relationships, policymakers, drivers, and executors, protectors of our citizens abroad, promoters of America's economic interests, interrogators of military, intelligence, and economic tools, organizers, conveners, negotiators, communicators, and strategists." That is why what we do here matters. Our work must enhance, not diminish, the ability of our diplomats to succeed. That has always required clear eyes, real oversight, and a bipartisan process. Mr. Chairman, we had the chance to work together on a rigorous package of bills that address the department's actual needs and could become law. Instead, I think that what the majority has produced is a rushed product, one that codifies many of this administration's reckless efforts to hollow out the department and dismantle USAID. And in the process, that erodes bipartisan and bicameral foundation that past authorizations have relied on. One I worked to reestablish when I was the chairman. Meanwhile, the world has not stood still during the 8 months your side has spent assembling these bills. We could have been conducting oversight on the Middle East, on Russia's brutal war in Ukraine, on the administration's alarming march toward confrontation with Venezuela, or its abuse of the law to impose tariffs that raise costs for American families. We could have held extensive oversight hearings on the unprecedented changes President Trump and Secretary Rubio are driving at the State Department and USAID, representing the largest restructuring of American diplomatic and development tools in 6 decades. We could have held hearings on why this administration has abandoned our Afghan allies, or our solemn duty to debate matters of war and peace. Instead, this committee has been silent. This is your prerogative. This is the majority's choice. To draw a contrast, in the first 9 months of my chairmanship, we held 17 public oversight hearings with 30 appearances from Biden administration officials. Even under Chairman McCall, the committee held 26 public hearings with 56 appearances from administration officials. But in the last 9 months, this committee has held only 7 hearings with Trump administration officials, just 7 hearings. I want to address one claim head on. My colleagues across the aisle have suggested these bills were prepared in a bipartisan manner. With respect, that's not the whole story. With a handful of exceptions, this product was drafted almost entirely behind closed doors, without meaningful engagement with Democrats and without oversight on the many challenges facing the State Department today because of President Trump and Secretary Rubio's reckless decisions. The majority points to an electronic portal as proof of bipartisanship. In practice, that portal was a black box. Democrats submitted hundreds of proposals. What we received in return were email alerts saying modifications had been made to legislative text we weren't even allowed to see. And the majority withheld valuable State Department technical assistance on the bill, a basic bipartisan practice under every previous chairmanship. This is not negotiation, this is not transparency, and it shows in the deeply flawed bills before us today. Let me be clear. Democrats want to partner with Republicans to strengthen America's diplomatic and development capabilities. But we will not rubber stamp an administration's efforts to diminish U.S. diplomacy and soft power. We will not defer to the executive branch without scrutiny. And we will not simply go along to get along with a bill that ignores the damage this administration is doing to American diplomacy. If this committee's leadership is serious about our responsibility to authorize the State Department in a way that strengthens American diplomacy and protects Americans around the world, I believe you are, Mr. Chairman, I think, and urge you as the first chairman in 2 decades to successfully pass a state authorization law that changes course. And I do want to work together. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for his opening comments. And I hope that next time we can work in even more bipartisan fashion. And I would remind you that there was a specific request made that I not speak to any of your members and that my staff not speak to any of your members. That was a direct request made. That I not go to Representative Moskowitz or Representative Jackson and say, hey, can we change these words? Can we adjust the amendment in this way? You know, Representative Olszewski, can we work with you in this way? A specific request that I not go to any of your members and try to work out how to get their provisions into this authorization. And so I do hope that next time we can work in a more bipartisan fashion where we are allowed to do what we should all be doing, which is having more conversations, having more dialogue, having more talk about where we find that common ground. I did adhere to that request, but I do hope next time that that request is not made of me or my staff and that we simply get to talk about the provisions that we should be working together on. The chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled, and I may recess the committee at any point without objection. So ordered. I also note that the chair, with the agreement of the ranking member, may offer amendments en bloc during consideration of any of the measures without objection. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on today's measures without objection. So ordered. Lastly, pursuant to committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit statements and extraneous materials for the record, subject to length limitations. Without objection. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5248 to ensure the alignment of economic and foreign policies to position the Department of State to reflect that economic security is national security and for other purposes. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5248, to ensure the alignment of economic and foreign policies to position the Department of State to reflect that economic security is national security and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Representative Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, for your leadership on the state authorization process. Reaching this point after more than 2 decades of failure is a major accomplishment and is a testament to the hard work of the committee staff. So I want to thank all the committee staff that is standing here as well. I also want to thank you for creating a bipartisan precedent, including members in a process that was previously done behind closed doors. The Economic Affairs title, or HR 5248, is a product of true bipartisanship. Each bureau and office authorized in the base text was affirmatively supported by both majority and minority committee offices. Furthermore, the text includes Representative Jackson's provision establishing the Bureau of Commercial Diplomacy, Representative Liu's authorization of the Office of Subnational Diplomacy, which has enjoyed strong bipartisan support from this committee in the past, and Ranking Member Mick's provision to establish the Bureau of Energy Security and Diplomacy. All of these provisions strengthen economic statecraft at the department. As discussed in my subcommittee hearing in May, the department has been stripped of its capacity to advance our economic interests. Even successive administrations have stressed that our economic policy is foreign policy and economic security is national security. The department must use every available tool to protect American interests from its adversaries and competitors. That includes expanding our commercial diplomacy effort to support American businesses who want to enter foreign markets and protecting American industries from foreign threats. I was disappointed that my provisions to bring the Foreign Commercial Service back to the department were removed, and I intend to reoffer those as an amendment to the base text. I feel strongly that dispersing our commercial diplomacy efforts across at least 12 different agencies and departments creates an incoherent, cumbersome structure that hamstrings American businesses. Ranking Member Mick's provision to establish the Bureau of Energy Security and Diplomacy is essential, and I strongly endorse its inclusion. Consistent with the President's executive orders on critical minerals and energy, the Bureau of Energy Security and Diplomacy will expand our efforts to diversify critical mineral supply chains and increase opportunities for America's energy producers. This legislation also creates a new Bureau of Sanctions Policy, consolidating the various sanctions authorities spread across the department. As everyone on this committee knows, in recent years, Congress has defaulted to the imposition of sanctions as the preferred foreign policy tool. The expanded use of sanctions as a diplomatic tool requires that the department dedicate the appropriate level of staff and coordination. Most critically, this legislation authorizes the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs. This was the department's first undersecretary created in 1946. It would be absurd not to authorize the position in statute. This legislation narrows the focus of the undersecretary to make it clear that the position exists to align economic and foreign policy. I'm very proud to lead this bipartisan product, which authorizes functions of the department that directly support the American people and businesses. So I urge all my colleagues on this committee to support its passage today. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, want to say also to your last remarks that I'm the ranking member of this committee. I was elected ranking members by the Democrats. I respect the chairman as the chairman. I would not go around the chairman's back. You and I should have those conversations, not you just going directly to my members. It's the way that this committee has always worked. And so I would hope that we'll be able to work in that regards and not have anyone work around the ranking member trying to go directly to my members. So with that, Mr. Chairman, this measure introduced by Representative Kim was a distinct bright spot in this authorizing process, one that was negotiated and refined in a bipartisan manner, and one that I was prepared to support when it was introduced. But now a late-breaking, sweeping manager's amendment has poisoned the well. This bill, as originally written, authorizes the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs, along with 4 related bureaus and assistant secretaries. 2 of these, the Bureau of Commercial Diplomacy and the Bureau of Water, Environment, and Space Affairs, while slightly rebranded, will continue the core work of existing bureaus, while the other 2 are bureaus that diverge from Secretary Rubio's ill-conceived State Department reorganization. One of the last sensible elements of the Rubio reorg was eliminating a bureau to deal with international energy policy issues. The former Energy Resources Bureau was at the center of diplomacy related to some of our biggest national security challenges, from Russia and Iran sanctions to critical minerals competition with China. This bill includes my bipartisan provision to establish a Bureau of Energy Security and Diplomacy, so there is once again a senior official at the department driving forward policies to maximize our energy security, promote U.S. energy exports, and secure supply chains for critical minerals and energy resources. Rep. Kim's bill also establishes a new Assistant Secretary and Bureau for Sanctions Policy. This not only highlights the importance of sanctions as a tool for the United States' national and economic security, but it will help our sanctions more effective by facilitating greater coordination with like-minded nations on sanctions and designations and enforcement. And finally, this bill authorizes 2 existing offices at the State Department that do critical work: the Office of the Chief Economist and Subnational Diplomacy Unit. The latter, particularly, has been championed by Democrats on this committee for years. While the underlying bill reflects bipartisan agreement and negotiation, I was disappointed to see the manager's amendment includes multiple provisions that I cannot support. When Mr. McCall and I teamed up to enact into law the Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau in prior Congress, we explicitly chose not to put the Bureau under the purview of economic affairs, since cyber diplomacy must also broach critical security issues and digital rights and freedoms. I also do not think the Office of Strategic Currency Diplomacy has a clear mission set or is best positioned to be within the Department of State. I will have more to say on these provisions later, but for now, I lament their inclusion in the manager's amendment, knowing that this could tank the underlying bipartisan agreement. If we can maintain the underlying text without these new provisions, I strongly support H.R. 5248. But if the manager's amendment is adopted, I will oppose it. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member, for your comments. Absolutely, I will adhere to your request to not negotiate, work with your members outside of you. I would ask that you adhere to my request. I have grown men and women over here. Please never ask my permission to speak to them. They are duly elected members of the United States House of Representatives, and in no way, shape, or form do you ever need any permission from me to speak to them, work on legislation with them, or anything else. So please adhere to my request. And I now recognize Representative Perry.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I sure appreciate all your efforts to bring this bill, this reauthorization in front of us. I think it's way, way long overdue, and it's apparent to me that my time here, probably and apparently long before I got here, what we did a lot was complain, regardless of what administration was in. We complained, we had hearings, and we bitched loudly. We didn't do anything about it except complain. It was all for show. This is actually trying to solve the problem. Now, even the chairman and I are going to disagree on some things. It's been bipartisan. He's told me, I'm going to support this amendment of yours, but I'm not going to support this amendment of yours. And I'm sure he's told the other side the same thing. He's been open with everybody. And as for some alleged chain of command, I've heard that before in this body. I've heard it from my own party, and I find it so disgusting. I'm not involved in negotiations between leadership members, and I'm not bound by them. I answer to the people that I represent. I answer to the Constitution. I answer to the good Lord above. I do not answer to some other chairman or some ranking member who says, I got to go through their negotiation and it's agreed upon. That's not the voice of the people I represent. That's not mine, and I will not be bound by it. Regarding this reauthorization, the American people have given the executive branch the benefit of the doubt over a long period of time, thinking that regardless of which side they were on, they stood for the American people, what was best for America, our economy, the American citizen, our taxes, our goodwill, knowing that or believing that it was the primacy of the American people that was in the hearts of those at the State Department. Unfortunately, over the course of time, that benefit of the doubt has been abused. And those things have been turned on their head, where the American flag has represented cultural things antithetical, completely antithetical to the countries we were involved in. The American people are sick of paying for it. They're sick of seeing it. They are done with it. This reauthorization reflects the fact that they want something done about it. They want their priorities to line up at the State Department and with the executive branch. This is not going to be perfect. There are things in it that I'm not going to like. I don't know how it's going to end up, but I sure appreciate the chairman's willingness to take it on and not do a bunch of show hearings here where there's a lot of complaining and no action. This is action. This is what you came to Congress for. This is what the legislative body is all about, doing something, making things better, recognizing problems, shortcomings, and then solving them. And I sure hope we can work together. I sure hope we can. But I'm going to have a conversation with Moskowitz. I'm probably not going to like it, but I'm going to have those conversations. And I don't have to go through anybody. And Chairman and Ranking Member Meeks is my friend. He's my friend. But I don't ask his permission or the chairman's permission to talk to anybody here or to vote anyway. I am bound by other things. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, I appreciate you. I thank you for this effort, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Representative Barra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like Mr. Moskowitz, so I'll have conversations with him. I'd like to speak in favor of the underlying bipartisan bill that modernizes America's economic foreign policy tools to address the 21st century challenges. This bill authorizes the E-family at the State Department that supports the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs who coordinates U.S. foreign policy across trade, energy, technology, sanctions, environment, and innovation. While I was concerned about the administration's decision to eliminate the Bureau of Energy Resources, the Bureau at the State Department responsible for leading diplomatic efforts to secure America's energy dominance, I am pleased to see the bill authorizes a Bureau for Energy Security and Diplomacy. This Bureau restores a dedicated hub for international energy policy, critical for ensuring U.S. leadership in the Mineral Security Partnership and our other efforts to build resilient critical mineral supply chains. I'm also pleased to see that the newly authorized Bureau for Water, Environment, and Space Affairs retains many of the core responsibilities of the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs while updating its scope and title to reflect modern challenges. This bill will ensure the State Department prioritizes expanding trade and investment opportunities for U.S. companies, helping them compete globally and attract foreign investment at home. The bill also ensures American innovation leads the way by advancing international standards in technology, space, and energy. Economic diplomacy strengthens the United States' ability to shape global markets in ways that protect American workers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs. I urge my colleagues not to take up the manager's amendment and really to support the underlying bipartisan measure that Congresswoman Kim has worked so hard on, and I've appreciated working with her on this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Representative Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As chairman of the Europe Subcommittee, which has oversight of the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, or CDP, I wanted to speak in support of the legislation's provisions related to CDP. First, I want to point out that the European Subcommittee and its staff conducted a number of bipartisan hearings and briefings, including a hearing in April, as well a roundtable with leading cyber and technology companies in the world to hear their perspectives on CDP and whether it was properly structured to meet today's challenges. We learned from both Democrat and Republican witnesses that more can be done to strengthen the work of CDP. It is, it is astounding that despite numerous opportunities and clear bipartisan recommendations embedded in this legislation, the minority leadership refused to work with us on straightforward improvements to strengthen the State Department's cybersecurity efforts, critical in today's environment, effectively undermining progress on a critical national security issue. This is why this important legislation is included in the manager's amendment and not the base bill. I sincerely hope they reconsider their stance and join us, along with all members, in supporting these measures moving forward, measures that help to enable CDP to work to disrupt, degrade, and deter the malicious cyber activity of the PRC and other U.S. adversaries. Claiming the current law is flawless is short-sighted. Cyber threats evolve fast. To stay ahead, we must strengthen our laws and boost oversight of CDP to ensure accountability and effectiveness. So what about these current cyber threats? Beijing remains one of the most active, persistent, and sophisticated cybersecurity threats to the United States and our allies, numbering in tens of thousands, even millions per day attacks. Similarly, Moscow continues to prioritize cyber operations as a key component of its asymmetric warfare strategy aimed at asserting geopolitical influence. Tehran has demonstrated a willingness to carry out aggressive, offensive cyber operations. Pyongyang, cyber capabilities have continued to evolve and will continue to evolve as the regime increasingly relies on cyber attacks as a vital part of its strategy. We've also learned that in response to these challenges, CDP stands out as one of the department's newest congressionally authorized bureaus. While its efforts have played a crucial role in enhancing the cybersecurity posture of the U.S. allies and partners, there is still work to be done. In Europe, 2022, Albania has had to fend off multiple attacks of cyber attacks by Iran. We provided $50 million in cyber assistance to enhance Albania's ability. Costa Rica, we gave them $25 million, and CDP is the co-chair of the Digital Connective Cybersecurity Partnership effort. Albania's Ministry of Defense established a new cyber and signal command under our auspices, and the CDP language in this bill will strengthen the Bureau by incorporating responsibilities on emerging technology previously housed in smaller and disparate offices of the department. This consolidation will bring badly needed capacity and capabilities to this function. And I might point out that the public law that was passed in 2022 on the CDP actually listed the economic area of the State Department as a possibility for its housing. So I think that the bill language preserves all of its existing functions, and it will only enhance CDP, its capability in the future. I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Representative Davidson.
Thanks, Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And I just want to thank you for leading this committee. I mean, this is so overdue, really, for all of Congress. We have appropriations that I commend the Appropriations Committee this year for the first time in a while. We got all 12 bills out of the Appropriations Committee. What we haven't done is develop a path to get them across the finish line in the floor. And as is the tradition, the Senate has done very little on appropriations. But the long-honored tradition is we don't do much on authorization. And we do the NDAA, but we really haven't seen this kind of effort on any of our committees. So I hope it doesn't just become the practice here in this committee, but it becomes widely adopted across the conference, and we get all of our authorizations current. Well, we've laid them out in committee after committee. Here's a way we might do it, but it really takes leadership to do it, so thank you for that. And, you know, Ranking Member Meeks, I thank you for cooperating with it. It's disappointing to hear the manager's amendment causes division, and, well, then, okay, we just better not do it. I'm out then, because what we're gonna create an Office of Strategic Currency and defend the dollar. I mean, yeah, Treasury does have dominance on the dollar, but in the diplomacy, we need an office that coordinates with Treasury. We often find disconnects between the actions within one department and another. And so we want to formalize that relationship. And so in all of our diplomacy, I think it's important to recognize the role the US dollar plays in the power and influence of the United States. And we need to accurately understand, have we gone too far with our sanctions in a way that people are not just evading the sanctions, but they want to opt out of the US dollar system? And have we, that doesn't always only come up in Treasury. And if it only does, it never enters the decision cycle or the decision loop in how we inform our diplomacy. I think this is an incredibly important office. That's why I work with others to get it in the text. And I think, look, I serve on financial services and on foreign affairs. And so I see the deficiencies in financial services that need addressed in the State Department. And frankly, I see some things that in Treasury we need to take a look at from the State Department. And I want to commend the Trump administration. Secretary Rubio has done a great job of saying, look, I'm not just going to travel and engage in diplomacy. I'm going to reform the back-end processes at the State Department, and with the crazy idea that America's resources should advance America's interests. I mean, a really basic, well, why are we doing this? And then you have department after department that when they had just an honest question asked by the secretary, whom they're supposed to report to, they didn't even want to give an answer. They felt like they were completely unaccountable. So I think for great reason, we've restructured the State Department and taken some of the roles of USAID and putting them in INL, for example, with the NARCO Act. So some of these things need to be done, but some of them didn't need to be done, and the department did not steer. So let's not forget how it's organized really does matter. The strategy is important, but so is the structure. And I also commend the chairman for organizing this in a way where we're focused on the structure, and then we've got a lot of debates on policy. We have those, and we've got that in a separate area. So I think it's very thoughtfully structured. I'm glad to be a part of it, and I hope it all stays bipartisan, and we don't take the effort because one thing or the other didn't go our way. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move for consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of this manager's amendment to H.R. 5248. Much like the base text.
I need you to designate the amendment for now.
Oh.
1 minute.
Amendment to H.R. 5248 offered by Ms. Kim of California. Insert in numerical sequence each of the following sections and redesignate as required. Section 5.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of this manager's amendment to H.R. 5248. And as I mentioned, much like the base text, provisions in the manager's amendment reflect bipartisan contributions. There are two provisions related to personnel in the economic affairs section. The first provision relates to personnel who work in the office of the chief economist. For years, career staff in the department have asked the committee to help concentrate economic expertise within the office. This provision will ensure that the people working in the office of the chief economist are trained accordingly. The provision limits personnel without relevant expertise from diluting the office's functionality. The second personnel provision deals with the e-bureaus more broadly. To resolve the same problems that exist in the office of the chief economist, this provision provides direct hiring authority to the undersecretary. This authority already exists for the sanctions coordinator's office, and there are certain positions across the department that are eligible for direct hiring authority because of critical hiring needs. Direct hiring authority is critical in the e-bureaus because these offices need economists, data scientists, cybersecurity specialists, experts in artificial intelligence, and sanctions lawyers. We undermine the operations of these bureaus if we staff them with unqualified and underqualified personnel. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm convinced that restoring commercial diplomacy at the department is an important effort. To that end, I have included an amendment that tasks the department to develop a report on the resources necessary to establish a dedicated team of commercial diplomacy officers at the department. My expectation is that this report will inform how we treat this topic as we reform the Foreign Service Act. The manager's amendment also includes Representative Davison's very important provision to establish the Office of Strategic Currency Diplomacy. This office will lead the department's diplomatic efforts to protect the preeminence of the dollar in international financial markets and coordinate with foreign governments as we debate the international rules regarding the adoption of digital assets and distributed ledger technology or blockchains. Finally, the manager's amendment makes important updates to the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, which this committee previously codified in statute on a bipartisan basis. So as author of the legislation that created the Bureau, I would like to at this point invite my colleague, Representative McCall, and others to speak on the specifics of the proposed changes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Meeks is recognized. Ranking.
Thank you. I must oppose this amendment. And if this amendment is accepted, I will have to oppose the underlying bill as well. Rep. Kim's manager's amendment includes multiple provisions that the majority proposed to us over the last few months and that were rejected by us. Chief among these is their authorization of a structure for a cyber bureau at the State Department that is unnecessary, contradicts clear congressional intent and underlying law, and directly unwinds the bipartisan work of this committee that has been lauded by outside experts and industry partners alike. All for what? To more or less rubber stamp Secretary Rubio's reorg decision? It was this very committee that voted on, helped pass, and get signed into law the McCall-Meeks Cyber Diplomacy Act. Mr. McCall and I worked together for more than a year to do the appropriate research and oversight to set the Bureau up for success. The result was establishing the department's cyber policy infrastructure in a cohesive, one-stop shop with direct access to senior leadership at the department, and that isn't shoehorned into a single silo without justification. This structure has been reaffirmed at multiple oversight engagements held in this Congress, including in a hearing before the committee earlier this year, when the majority's own witness laid out that Congress got it right the first time. They even explicitly recommended against putting CDP into an economic silo. This was the whole point of how the Bureau was established in the first place. And if it isn't broken, which by all accounts it is not, don't fix it. The Rubio reorg attempted to change the structure is not based in research or oversight or what is best for the State Department's ability to employ effective cyber policies. It is based on an obsession with cleaning up the org chart and, in my view, was carried out in conflict with the underlying law this very committee helped pass. I also have concerns with the Strategic Currency Diplomacy Office. Like the sponsor of this amendment, I serve on the Financial Services Committee, and I previously was the subcommittee chair for the International Monetary Policy and Trade Subcommittees, as it was known at that time. I do think there is a home for the type of work proposed by this office, but it is in the International Affairs Division of the Treasury Department, not at State. I also believe there is tension between opposing central bank digital currencies, promoting digital assets, and safeguarding the leadership of the United States dollar, as this office would be assigned to do. So I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. And let's go back to the base bill where we have a bipartisan agreement. I yield back.
Representative yields back. Representative Chairman Emeritus McCall is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first say I commend you for this huge endeavor to reauthorize State Department. In the past, we've carried it on the NDAA. The NDAA passes successfully because it's bipartisan, bicameral. It's obvious that that's not going to be the case here, but I commend you for this. And I think we should continue to do this until we can get it right. And you're starting, I think, a great thing. I also want to say, as chairman of this committee in the last Congress, we passed more legislation than any other committee in the House, and with Mr. Meeks, and I'm very proud of that record. I want to speak in support of this authorization of the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy that I created several years ago for many reasons. Across the world, malicious cyber attacks are conducted by state and non-state actors against the United States and our allies. Cyber criminals are out there. The PRC, Russia, Iran, North Korea are targeting critical infrastructure every day. Just recently at the successful NATO summit in June, the question of spending on cybersecurity and protection of critical infrastructure was front and center. Through the effective leader of the president, members agreed to increase their overall defense of spending to 5% of GDP, that being towards cyber security and other related efforts. I would highlight that this Bureau provides the State Department the tools necessary to be leader in advocating for U.S. business and industry in order to compete with malign state-owned enterprises, including Huawei, to win out in the generational battle in providing critical infrastructure globally, including 5G and 6G. I would also highlight for the committee this legislation preserves the roles and functions previously passed into law and merely works to build on the foundation to further develop the vital mission of the Bureau by elevating the position of the head of the Bureau to Assistant Secretary. So it actually highlights and elevates this office. As the cyber threats grow, I think that calls for this legislation to go forward. I want to thank young Kim for bringing this forward. It's important now than ever that we strengthen our cyber abilities at the State Department. And as a member who helped lead the charge on creating this Bureau, it is vital that our State Department is equipped with the tools necessary to promote U.S. economic and national security interests around the world. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To go back to CDP, I want to point out that much of the language in the manager's amendment with CDP is in the original law. A lot of this is not new. Several of the additional paragraphs were given to us by Democrat witnesses during our hearings. So much of what we have in here is not only in current law that was voted with bipartisan votes, but it also includes many of the paragraphs that we are adding were given to us by Democrat witnesses, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kim, number 61. I do recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Gentleman requests a recorded vote, a roll call vote being requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Representative Kim will designate the amendment.
Yes.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Are we doing that all digitally?
Yes, it says.
By the way, we are doing all these distributions digitally now, so we're not passing out paper. Anybody needs help operating one of these iPads, reach out to one of the young people behind me. It is ominous distributed. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5248, offered by Mrs. Kim of California. Page 15, after line 9, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I support Representative Liu's provision within H.R. 5248 to authorize the Office of Subnational Diplomacy. I know that Representative Liu has worked diligently to put this office into statute. It was created in 2022 by former Secretary Blinken and has been included in legislation introduced by Representative Liu and Representative Joe Wilson in the 117th and 118th Congresses. The Office of Subnational Diplomacy would work with local, state, and municipal governments to attract foreign investment. Importantly, the office's constituency is not in Washington, D.C. In fact, most of the office's activities will be irrelevant to what occurs at Maine State. The office's attention is not at the federal level, and therefore should not be lost in the federal bureaucracy. With numerous international sporting events on the horizon in Los Angeles, including 2028 Olympics and Paralympics and the 2026 World Cup, my amendment would put the Office of Subnational Diplomacy in the center of the action. The amendment would co-locate the Subnational Diplomacy Office with the Office of Foreign Missions. This is a facility operated by the State Department, which is in the 32nd Congressional District, represented by my colleague, Representative Brett Sherman. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. While I'd like to bring new jobs to our states, let's not move offices at the State Department just for the sake of it. As far as I know, there's little justification for this move. The State Department hasn't requested or recommended it. There's been no study or analysis I've seen that suggests this move is worth considering. And there's been zero debate or deliberation on this topic among members of this committee. So I oppose this amendment and urge my colleague to do the same. I yield back.
Ranking Member yields back. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Seeing none. There we go. Question now occurs on amendment offered by Rep. Kim, number 63. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. No roll
Chairman.
call vote requested. Very good. All right. Any further amendments?
Yes, Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall electronically distribute the amendment. It is distributed. Clerk shall report the amendment. Number 63, I believe. Is that correct? 65. 65. Number 65. You guys need a paper copy?
Amendment to H.R. 5248 offered by Ms. Kim of California, page 9.
It seems painful to do this to you at this point, but without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative is now recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with the President that economic policy is foreign policy. And I also agree that we need to leverage our diplomatic tools to support American businesses abroad and protect American industries from adversaries. This is supposed to be the work of the Foreign Commercial Service. Unfortunately, the FCS, an afterthought within the Commerce Department, has been allowed to wither. To reinvigorate our commercial diplomacy, I strongly support efforts to bring the FCS back to the State Department as it was prior to 1979. My colleague, Representative McCall, tried to bring FCS back to the state last Congress, but was thwarted by bureaucratic terrorism. territorialism. Yep. So I'd like to try to accomplish this effort during this Congress.
Representative Kim, will you allow me to speak with you for a few minutes
Yes.
on this? So I agree that restoring America's commercial diplomacy capability is important, and thank you for making us all laugh a moment ago. We all appreciate that. We need more of it. It's completely in line with what the president has outlined. Further, the White House acknowledges that the current structure of our commercial diplomacy, that it needs reform. However, moving the foreign commercial services back to state is an effort that this committee should explore more deeply. And as a part of the upcoming reforms to the Foreign Service Act, that's where we will take a look at that. I do look forward to working with you on this issue as a part of that effort. And thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Chairman. With your support, I look forward to working together to rebuild our commercial diplomacy enterprises at the Department of State. And I withdraw this amendment in anticipation of including similar language in the future reforms to the Foreign Service Act. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady withdraws. Thank you. Without objection, Kim number 65 is withdrawn. Seeing no objection. Any further amendments? Representative Meeks.
I have an amendment at the
Ranking Member
desk.
Meeks. I'll get it by the end.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall electronically distribute the amendment. Clerk shall, with paper, distribute the amendment. Thank you. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5248, offered by Mr. Meeks. Strike section 522.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment. Ranking member is recognized.
First, let me just say, I didn't join this committee, nor did I run for Congress to talk about the wonky details of the difference between statutes and the U.S. Code. And I don't think this is the first or second or the 10,000th most important issue for the American people. But if I'm presented with a bill from the Republican majority to include provisions related to the technicalities of legal codification, then it's my job and everyone's job here to try to just see if we can get it right. So I pose a question for my colleagues. What office is in charge of codifying statutes enacted by Congress into the U.S. Code? Is it the Office of Legislative Counsel, or the Congressional Codification Office, or the Office of Law Revision Counsel, or the Statutory Code Enactment Office? Any guesses? I'm told it turns out to be B and D. They're names that I just made up. A helps draft legislation to meeting conforming House standards and provide technical assistance, including, of course, for the bills we are considering today. The correct answer actually is C, the Office of Law Revision Counsel. Now, just because this small office is not well known, it fails to follow that is in as unemployment. The nonpartisan lawyer's sole responsibility is organizing the United States Code, and they formally serve under the Speaker of the House of whichever party is in charge. So how does this connect to this bill and the other state authorization bills before us today? The legislation as drafted tells the Office of Law Revision Counsel how to do its job and where to place things in Title 22, the Foreign Relations title of the U.S. Code. In this case, the text dictates this bill be used for sections 129 to 159 of Title 22. This type of prescription approach is basically unprecedented in congressional history. In the extremely rare instances where Law Revision Counsel has been directed in this way, the orders have been about the placement of one section, not the rearranging of 100 of them. And there is a reason for that. First, even though enumerated sections are repealed, they can still be referred to in older case law that are binding precedent today. But now citations to repeal law will be confusing because there would be new laws in code sections where old law used to be. To avoid this confusion, the Office of Law Revision Counsel leaves repealed sanctions blank. This bill messes with that approach. Second, as many members probably do know, we often amend older laws when we write new ones. If a future Congress writes a big new State Department bill amending the older one, the Office of Law Revision Counsel can always add sections at the end or in the middle and redesignate appropriately. In this case, they won't be able to do that because Congress by law has laid out the precise number of sections this title can take in the U.S. Code. And this doesn't even account for how the amendments or future negotiations may change the length of this title, not just in the future, but right now. Some of the manager's amendments at this markup are longer than the underlying bill itself. It's possible some bills today may have sections struck while others will be greatly expanded. This is exactly why Congress does not try to pre-plan the precise number of sections to allocate for a bill in the U.S. Code in the first place. So let's leave the intricacies of Title 22 to the nonpartisan lawyers in the Ford building who stick to our strength legislating foreign policy. And therefore, I oppose this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back.
I support this amendment, but
Ranking member yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I thank the ranking member for offering this amendment. Law Revision Counsel has become apparently the crux of this conversation so far, and I would just make this very simple point. What is being put forward? Law Revision Counsel structured, put forward. They were the ones that were consulted and a part of this. So this is their work, this is their design. But I do want to thank my colleague. I urge my colleagues, however, to vote against the proposal because it detracts from the core aim of why we are here today, to reestablish command and control of a State Department that has had very little. That starts with establishing the hierarchy at the State Department and making that hierarchy reflected in something very important to our laws. U.S. Code. It has to be reflected in U.S. Code. Furthermore, organizing the U.S. Code into families is key for amending those authorities on a regular basis in future Congress. As I said in my opening remarks, it is not our goal to do this now and then come back. I won't be here in another 20 years, but come back in another 20 years and do this again. That's not the goal of what we're doing here. The goal is to create the drumbeat, this pedantic drumbeat, that we not only do this every Congress, giving those that are duly elected the opportunity to vote on the structure of the State Department, but to do it every year like we see the NDAA. We're trying to create that drumbeat. And I would remind everybody that today's endeavor, like I said, it's not about passing a single authorization. We need to create that precedent. It's something that the American people are owed, that we give this scrutiny year after year. Classification is also essential for Congress to clarify authorities for office holders. It ensures that the office holders of these positions and their staff within each of these bureaus, that they can read their job description, that we can read their job description and know exactly the expectations that are held for each and every one of them, so that when we bring them before this committee, they know the bar that they are held to in U.S. Code to achieve, the bar that they're expected to achieve, and the limits of their authority, where they should not go outside of. Moving authorities to occupy the first 221 sections of Title 22 in this organized structure is the first step towards finally making Title 22 an exact match of actual law rather than just a reference to authorities sporadically cataloged over the last 250 years. Lastly, all but 10 of these first 221 sections of Title 22 have long since been repealed and are unused. We are moving the fundamental structure of the State Department to rightfully occupy that place of importance at the outset of Title 22. Again, I would like to thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, for your amendment, but for the reasons that I just outlined, I do urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Mr. Chair, I just want the chair to know that.
I do yield.
I did have my staff talk to them to make sure that they agreed with me in this amendment and they did. They just thought that, again, this would cause more confusion than others, so.
Noted. Ranking Member, thank you for giving me my time back.
Oh, that's right.
Ranking Member yields back. Is there any further debate on this amendment? Being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Meeks, Amendment number 10. I recommend a no vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, proceedings on this measure are postponed. All right, we're going to go to the next bill. You ready, Bill, for your bill? All right. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5251 to provide for the public diplomacy authorities of the Department of State and for other purposes. This bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5251, to provide for the public diplomacy authorities of the Department of State and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on this bill? Representative Huizenga is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I too want to commend you on this effort. This is something significant that we are trying to do. I think it is something that is long overdue. I was a staffer when 9/11 happened, and I was a staffer being elected into the state legislature the last time that we, as a body, reauthorized State Department. And that to me seems not just odd, but unconscionable. And I'm glad you have tried to lay that out as a goal for this committee. And I also commend you for attempting to make this as bipartisan as possible. There are provisions that fell out of the base text that I wanted, that I know some of my colleagues wanted. Frankly, probably on the other side as well, even though I know you entertained a number of the requests and provisions. And I've got actually a long history with the ranking member serving on the Financial Services Committee together as well. And I've always enjoyed working with him in a bipartisan manner to find solutions and working with him directly. I will note that technicalities are what we do. We're Congress. Now, when it's appropriate, we turn things over to experts. But I would argue, Mr. Chairman, that we have seen that practice go way too far, where we've actually empowered bureaucrats over legislators when it comes to critical issues and critical questions. And we're trying to pull that back. And I think this is an important step forward for American public diplomacy. We have, for too long, lagged in the global information contest while our adversaries invest billions of dollars over a number of decades. What has too often been treated as a glorified press shop is now transformed into a strategic instrument of statecraft with clear authority, diplomacy, and accountability. That's what we're trying to do with H.R. 5251. So the bill does three things, Mr. Chairman. First, it empowers the Undersecretary of Public Diplomacy with a clear mission: deliver facts, expose adversaries, and expand access to free information. The Undersecretary will align public diplomacy officers worldwide, chair an interagency coordination, and produce a global strategy with measurable results. How is that a bad thing? We're all on the same page as we are telling America's story. Second, it transforms our information posture. The Bureau of Global Public Affairs, currently headed up by Assistant Secretary Michelle Exner, becomes the Bureau of Strategic Communications with a proactive mandate to counter propaganda, dismantle censorship, expand access to the truth, and oversee U.S.-funded international media. That's been part of our problem, is we have not had that coordination. Third, it modernizes educational and cultural exchanges, also known as ECA. ECA becomes a more strategic platform for soft power. Not controversial stuff, but about freedom, liberty, opportunity, and what our Constitution stands for. It's going to be tied to regional priorities, streamlined in administration, and focused on advancing U.S. foreign policy goals. The bottom line, Mr. Chairman, is simple. This bill, H.R. 5251, makes America stronger. It ensures that the global fight for truth and freedom, in that fight, the United States is not reacting, we're leading. And again, I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your bold leadership and your vision to attempt to do this. And we know that there's a lot of muscle memory that's been lost over the ensuing 2+ decades of this committee not being engaged in the way that it is now. And I know that I've tried to reach out and work with those that are interested in working on these bills. I know your staff has done that as well. Together, we reached consensus on this particular bill. It's a shining example of how Congress can work when we put politics aside and put results at the top of the line. So I look forward to this process, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Huizenga, and I appreciate your work as subcommittee chair. Has been exemplary. And do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Mr. Huizenga because I support H.R. 5251, which provides authorities for public diplomacy activities at the State Department. The Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy exists in current law, and I welcome the efforts to strengthen the existing statute. Public diplomacy is used to advance U.S. national interests and values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law around the world by seeking to engage and inform foreign audiences. This includes through information campaigns, targeting foreign audiences, strategic communications and information, and international educational and cultural exchange programs. This bill strengthens the Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy and authorizes 2 Assistant Secretaries for Educational and Cultural Affairs and for Strategic Communications. It also repeals the funding prohibition on world fairs and expositions. While I support all of these efforts on public diplomacy, I want to highlight my particular support for provisions in the bill to maintain the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs. This is the bureau that handles people-to-people exchange programs. These exchange programs are critical to advancing American international interests, strengthening the United States economy, and fostering mutual global understanding. Programs like the Fulbright Scholarship, the Gilman International Scholarship, and critical language scholarships generate significant returns for the American people by cultivating future global leaders, enhancing national security through strategic people-to-people diplomacy, and expanding opportunities for U.S. citizens to gain the cross-cultural competencies needed in an interconnected global economy. They provide a cost-effective, bipartisan, and widely supported mechanism for projecting American values, building strategic alliances, increasing economic competitiveness, and enhancing America's security posture. So again, I want to thank Representative Huizenga and the chairman's team for working with me and the members on this side of the aisle to truly make this into a bipartisan product. There was a lot of dialogue, a lot of conversation, and back and forth among our staff, and so I really appreciate those efforts. This bill will enable the State Department to advance American values and interests, counter China's global influence, and Russia's aggression. It will also strengthen relationships with our allies and partners and amplify our global standing. And this bill shows that when we work together, as I have done often as Mr. Huizinga has said on financial services and other areas that we can advance bipartisan legislation. As Mr. McCall has said, we did the last term with all the bills that we did in a bipartisan way. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Huizinga. And I support these, and for these reasons, I support this bill and yield back the balance.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Well, I appreciate the comments, and I hope we're going to be able to continue to have your support. I will admit I was a little disappointed when you singled out Mrs. Kim's bill as the shining example of bipartisanship and didn't include this one. For those of you that don't know, Greg and I are actually very good personal friends, and I know he takes my comment in the seriousness with which it's offered. But in all seriousness, I do think that this is how it's supposed to work. I didn't get everything that I wanted as a subcommittee chair. I can't speak for my ranking member, who I've also had a growing and budding respect for and relationship with, but I suspect she maybe didn't get everything that she wanted in this bill either. But what we did is we knocked out those things that were going to be most contentious to focus on the things that are most important. And I hope that we're going to be able to preserve that through our manager's amendment as well. So with that, I yield back to the gentleman from New York.
And I yield.
Ranking member yields. Any further discussion? Representative Kumlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would like to express my support for this bill and the important work of public diplomacy at the State Department. I firmly believe that public diplomacy, especially the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, as we've just heard from the ranking member, is the State Department's secret weapon. It's the diplomatic secret sauce that explains why countries around the world want to work with the United States, because their young people studied abroad here, because their government leaders were trained by our officials, because their students learn sports from American athletes, because their musicians were invited here to perform, because they came here to learn English or were taught English by an American student, because they experienced the American exhibit at a World Expo, because the United States is helping preserve their cultural artifacts. What I'm describing are State Department public diplomacy programs that create the foundations for the broader strategic work of our diplomatic corps. You know, so I say it all the time, I'm a representative for Los Angeles, where the importance of art and culture and building bridges and connecting people lives in our DNA. And that's why I've been such a vocal champion of sports diplomacy, to leverage the international sporting events coming to the United States in the next 10 years to strengthen our diplomatic relationships. People-to-people ties and mutual understanding are not just feel-good catchphrases. They are potent ingredients of diplomatic success. Legislative success probably too. There are a lot of countries with strong militaries and large economies, but there are only a few with deep-rooted soft power and cultural force. And this bill helps us maintain that strategic advantage. I deeply appreciate my subcommittee chair, Mr. Huizinga, for working closely with me to steward these important programs and for his decency and professionalism in these negotiations and in our work. And I want to thank the chairman for reinforcing in statute that Congress values public diplomacy and educational and cultural exchange. And I urge my colleagues to support this important bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Huizinga is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a manager's amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Electronically? Yes. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5251 offered by Mr. Huizinga of Michigan. At the appropriate place, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I'm navigating my way through the iPad, and I do believe that this is an important step forward, much like electronic voting has streamlined this. Hopefully, we're going to save a few trees and save a little time. So, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member and all my colleagues, I just want to point out that this is really a technical amendment. The manager's amendment is literally 10 lines. Happy to read it for anyone who can't make their iPad work the way that we are hoping. But this amendment simply authorizes a bureau for the Assistant Secretary for Strategic Communications, who is already codified in the bipartisan-based text, to lead. It's to refresh. It is a refresh of the Bureau of Global Public Affairs, formerly known as GPA, under a new name to reflect its mission. So, Mr. Chairman, literally what my manager's amendment says is the Secretary of State shall establish a Bureau of Strategic Communications, which shall perform such functions related to strategic communications, global access to free information, and countering foreign censorship efforts as the Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy may describe. And the head of the Bureau, the Assistant Secretary for Strategic Communications, shall be the head of the Bureau of Strategic Communications. Very straightforward, and I hope to garner support for both this manager's amendment and for the underlying bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support this amendment to the underlying bill that would establish the Bureau of Strategic Communications, which would be responsible for strategic communications, global access to free information, and countering foreign censorship efforts. The underlying bill establishes the Assistant Secretary to this Bureau, so it's only fitting that the actual Bureau is established. And so, therefore, I agree with this manager's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Huizenga, number 7. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5251 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Huizenga?
is it proper to request a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. What's that? Is that seal complaining? Yeah. No coincidence, he's an appropriator. No. All right. Ready, Mike? Good. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 5245 to provide for the management authorities of the Department of State. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5245, to provide for the management authorities of the Department of State.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Representative Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As part of today's historic reauthorization of the Department of State, I am proud to introduce H.R. 5245 to provide for the management authorities of the Department of State. This bill reflects months of hearings and bipartisan engagement and addresses a simple but critical question. Is the State Department's management infrastructure fit for the purpose of 21st century governance? The management family is the backbone of the State Department. It touches every element of America's diplomatic presence, from safeguarding our personnel and citizens abroad to adjudicating passports and visas and managing our IT systems, our embassies, and our financial systems. These responsibilities are vital to upholding our national security, and we are grateful for the hard work of the many men and women who make up the M family branch. For too long, the department's management functions have been redundant, fragmented, and outdated. With nearly 80% of the department operating without proper congressional authorization, the systems that oversee billions in taxpayer funds and are the foundation to the execution, implementation, and function of our State Department and U.S. foreign policy operated without a clear vision or proper oversight. These inefficiencies in management ripple outward, undermining our ability to respond to crises, execute on our foreign policy objectives, and safeguard Americans abroad. This bill changes that, and it is not abstract reform. This bill directly impacts Americans everywhere through modernizations and authorizations of passports and visa processes. Specifically, it equips the Bureau of Consular Affairs to deliver timely and accessible passport services, reducing wait times and providing Americans with the documentation and assistance they need, while ensuring the security of our nation is at the forefront of every visa decision. This bill also restores command and control of the State Department by streamlining the Bureau of Management's authorities and clearly defining reporting lines. Additionally, it safeguards our diplomatic missions and U.S. interests abroad by requiring tighter cybersecurity and counterintelligence integration, along with clear, measurable benchmarks to track success. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your leadership in spearheading this reauthorization, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their input in shaping this bill. In the last 6 months, the Middle East and North Africa Subcommittee, giving members on both sides of the aisle opportunities to hear directly from officials as to how Congress can best empower them for operational excellence. In June, we launched a bipartisan online submission portal to support this reauthorization. Every member of the committee, Republican and Democrat, had equal opportunity to submit any and all legislative proposals of their choosing. The portal ensured full transparency, and it was built specifically for this effort. Our decision to create this system reflects the majority's commitment to a fair, open, and genuinely bipartisan process from the start. The bill before us today reflects months of bipartisan collaboration, negotiation, and hard work to reassert congressional oversight, strengthen the backbone of American diplomacy, and ensure the Department of State is prepared to meet the challenges of today. I want to thank my colleague, the ranking member, Sheila Sherfilis McCormick from Florida, for her collaboration throughout this process. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, to my New York colleague, I have to oppose his measure. The bill contains several significant structural changes to the management family of the State Department and provisions to which the minority did not agree. It also contains a number of provisions for which no justification has been offered. In short, a reckless moving of the deck chairs that could have negative, real-world consequences on the safety and security of the State Department and its thousands of employees. For example, the legislation creates a new Bureau of Asset Management that combines several important existing bureaus and offices, oversees building operations, which is responsible for building and maintaining embassies around the world, the Office of Foreign Missions, which is tasked with managing foreign embassies and consulates here in America, and the Domestic Operations and Emergency Services, which manages facilities in the United States. If there has been work conducted by this committee to reach the conclusion that a super bureau combining all of these distinct and highly technical management areas makes sense, that work has not been shared with me. Mr. Chairman, I said in my letter to Chairman Mass almost 2 weeks ago that my staff asked numerous times for the technical assistance that the State Department gave you on these bills. Sharing technical assistance has been a bipartisan practice under both Republican and Democratic chairs. It gives members the basic information we need to do our jobs, to understand the cost of a merger, how a proposal would improve the department's effectiveness for the American people, or how it would make American diplomats safer. The bill also recodifies sweeping authorities for the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, including the power to make warrantless arrests and provide protection for senior officials and their families, while failing to authorize a single dollar, no money, to the Bureau as it undertakes the day-to-day work of keeping our embassies and personnel around the globe secure. The bill also contains provisions that are duplicative of existing law. This includes provisions governing the closing of U.S. embassies and consulates, as well as fees for the use of various facilities at the State Department. Why are we redoing legislative work this committee already did? To me, that doesn't make sense. It seems unnecessary, and so therefore I must oppose this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move for consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Lawler. Clerk shall electronically distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5245, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York. Page 8, line 25, strike and...
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the backbone of the department, it is vital for the management family to have clear and direct authorities for its internal structure. This amendment adds crucial authorities to the Bureau of Management related to consular affairs and acquisitions. Consular Affairs is charged with deciding who is given access to enter our country and join our communities. They protect and provide services for all Americans living or visiting abroad. CA is charged with addressing international parental child abduction cases and intercountry adoption, ensuring the protection of children and supporting American families. And Consular Affairs ensures that Americans have the freedom to explore the world and return home safely through timely passport processes. Therefore, it is in the interest of all of us here who are representatives of the American people to ensure that the Bureau of Consular Affairs has explicit and transparent reporting lines and leadership. We are not reinventing the wheel here. The amendment reiterates existing law and ensures the Bureau retains its congressionally authorized structure within this legislation by authorizing the establishment of an Assistant Secretary for Consular Affairs. Yet without explanation, the minority rejected the inclusion of this provision in the underlying bill. The head of the Bureau of Consular Affairs was established in the Immigration and Nationality Act with the rank of Assistant Secretary over 70 years ago. And more recently, this position was fully codified as the Assistant Secretary for Consular Affairs as part of the fiscal year 22 NDAA, passed by a Democrat-led House and signed into law by then-President Biden. Many of you in this room voted for that bill. This is not a new idea, and it's my hope that every member will support this amendment. This amendment also clarifies the Bureau of Administration's responsibility as the lead for the department's global acquisitions. Global acquisitions support the procurement and contracts for the material needs of American diplomacy at home and abroad as part of the Bureau of Administration's broader mission to provide internal essential administrative services. Given this structure, global acquisitions are best suited within the Bureau of Administration. Lastly, this amendment strengthens cohesion and streamlines reporting by requiring the Secretary, the Undersecretary for Management, and the Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security to coordinate on the direction of diplomatic security special agents. As I said in my remarks about the underlying bill, we allowed for and promoted a very bipartisan process. And anything that is in the underlying bill either had the express approval of the minority, written or verbal, without objection. And we pushed to get bipartisan cooperation on the underlying bill. So it is unfortunate that my colleague from New York, the ranking member, would object to the underlying bill, but moreover object to this amendment being included in the underlying bill because it's restating something he and others already supported. So it's unfortunate that that is the position of the minority, but we will continue to push ahead so that the M branch of the State Department has the resources and support that they need. And with that, I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I oppose this manager's package as it unnecessarily adds overly prescriptive provisions to the underlying bill. When Congress provides an imprimatur through authorizing legislation, I think it's important that we give some latitude to the Secretary, regardless of their party, and not needlessly tie their hands. I'm also unclear why we are concerned that we are authorizing a Consular Affairs Bureau that is already codified in law. I fail to see how repeating references in the U.S. Code helps improve how Americans get their passports, or how this bureau ensures we are properly screening who is coming into our country. Further, this bill does nothing to address the firing of people in the office within Consular Affairs who were responsible for fraud prevention. Unfortunately, this manager's amendment only amplifies my concerns with the underlying bill. It is not yet sufficiently vetted, with provisions for which no clear justification or rigorous analysis has been offered, but which could have an outsized and negative impacts on the people and operations of the Department of State. I yield back.
I thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, for your comments. I will send the Secretary a personal note that you wish to give him more latitude, and I look forward to working with you on creating more latitude for him.
Well, when I spoken to the Secretary and hope to work with him. I worked
Very
with him
good.
when he was the Senate.
I know you did.
So I would hope that, if he was like he was when he was the Senate, we look very much to working together. But I
Very
don't know
good.
what happened to Secretary Rubio.
Very good. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Lawler, number 106. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any further amendments? Ranking Member Meeks, you are recognized. Clerk shall distribute
Have an amendment at the
the
desk.
amendment. And the clerk shall designate the amendment as well. Shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5245, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. At the appropriate place, insert the following.
Without
Author-
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
I offer this amendment to ensure that the Charles B. Rangel, the Thomas Pickering, the Veteran Innovation Partnership, and the Donald Payne Fellowships all will be continued. My amendment would authorize these programs for 10 years. These are merit-based fellowships that open the doors for high-achieving Americans to serve in our diplomatic corps. The Trump administration has already terminated USAID's Payne Fellowship, and the State Department office that administers the other fellowships was eliminated as part of Secretary Rubio's haphazard reorganization. I am very concerned that this administration's obsession with eliminating recruitment programs across government leaves these fellowship programs and the people who would have competed for them vulnerable. That includes Americans who may have been the first in their families to achieve higher level educations, individuals from rural or lower income backgrounds, or veterans who've served our country proudly in uniform and now seek to do so in a suit. It is critical to our national security that Congress preserve these time-tested pipelines for professionals to enter public service. They ensure our national security workforce not only scours for the best talent our nation has to offer, but also reflects the America that these agencies represent around the world. This is an opportunity to give all an opportunity to serve in the State Department, many of whom learn of these fellowships through schools and education that they otherwise would not have the opportunity to participate in. It's something that is extremely important, and I think shows our values as Americans, and it also leads itself to these individuals who will serve in the United States in an honorable way to make sure that diplomacy abroad is carried out by all Americans. And so I strongly support and ask passage of this amendment. I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, for submitting this. I wanted to just get clarification from Ranking Member Meeks that this program will be for military veterans to ensure that they have an ability to not only get the training and experience, but to enter into the international affairs. So this would be strictly for our veteran members of the armed services. Is that correct?
Yes, there is a fellowship program there for our veterans, as well as the other programs also. The Rangel Fellows, the Thomas Pickering, the Veteran Innovation Partnership, the Donald Payne Fellowships, all of those are there, but for the veterans, that is absolutely correct.
Thank you for that clarification. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Meeks. And I will recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. Any further amendments? Being no further amendments, proceedings on this measure are postponed. There you go.
We got some that we worked out. Yes.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5247 to provide for the political affairs authorities of the Department of State. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5247 to provide for the international security affairs authorities of the Department of State. In the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been far too long since Congress took seriously its duty to hold the State Department fully accountable to the legislative branch of the government and the American people. This committee is now reclaiming its authority by driving the critical reauthorization of the State Department. The State Department has grown exponentially over the decades, particularly under the Biden administration. Without proper guardrails, some bureaus and offices across the department adopted policies and programming that were detached from the will of Congress, the American people, and we will work to keep our country safe, secure, and prosperous. Today, I'm going to report on my bill, H.R. 5247. Before I get started, I want to say that this is the bill that is the bridge between soft policy and hard policy. If military action is an extension of political action, this is the bill that makes that bridge. Included in this legislation is the creation of the Undersecretary for International Security Affairs and several relevant security-oriented bureaus known together as the T family. The Undersecretary for International Security Affairs represents the tip of the spear for State Department's leadership in addressing international security challenges from our foreign adversaries like the People's Republic of China. In addition, included in the T family are the Bureaus of Arms Control and Nonproliferation, Political Military Affairs, Counterterrorism, Emerging Threats, and International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs. Each of these bureaus represent an integral piece of the department's capabilities in addressing the ever-changing threat landscape facing the United States around the world. The Bureau of Arms Control and Nonproliferation will be responsible for the negotiation and enforcement of arms control agreements in addition to counterproliferation work in the field of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. The Assistant Secretary for Political Military Affairs conducts a wide range of security cooperation and programs with U.S. partners and allies. This includes arms transfers, weapons removal and abatement, military education and training, and defense planning and coordination. The Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism represents a central node for diplomatic efforts to combat terrorism abroad, including from foreign terrorist organizations like ISIS, Al-Shabaab, Hezbollah, and many others. From engaging with foreign partners to designating terrorist entities, the Bureau provides essential security-related programs that helps keep Americans safe. This includes training foreign law enforcement, border control, judicial officials to identify, disrupt, and prosecute terrorist actors and networks. The Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs will lead the efforts on countering international criminals, drug smuggling, and work with law enforcement partner entities to help protect Americans here at home. The Bureau of Emerging Threats will do exactly as it says, to include lethal autonomous systems, engineered bioweapons, emerging uses of AI, biotechnology, and quantum information science. My legislation importantly authorizes these measures within the State Department, ensuring we have the necessary command and control to effectively address international security threats and protect America's interest. This has been a bipartisan exercise through hearings and meetings. And I will tell you, this is an effort to ensure that every tax dollar spent abroad must align with achieving our strategic objectives. I urge my colleagues to support this strong legislation, and I yield back.
I thank the subcommittee chairman for his work, and I thank you for your remarks. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this measure. This bill reflects few, if any, points of bipartisanship agreement and codifies many of the most destructive moves of Secretary Rubio's disastrous gutting and reauthorization of the State Department. It reauthorizes an undersecretary that is already authorized in statute, but in doing so, it diminishes the importance of arms control and non-proliferation. It codifies the combination of two critical bureaus: the Bureau of Arms Control, Deterrence, and Stability, and the Bureau of International Security and Non-Proliferation. It does so into a single bureau with reduced capacity. We still do not have a full accounting of the damage and loss of technical expertise that resulted from this merger effectuated by Secretary Rubio. The professionals who dedicated their careers to understanding the very challenging and technical issues associated with negotiating sensitive arms control agreements, countering weapons of mass destruction, proliferation, and other issues will not be easily replaced. We should not rush to rubber stamp what amounts to a slash and burn of our arms control architecture by the Trump administration with no clear justification and with very little oversight. It also authorized a so-called Emerging Threats Bureau that is little more than a cobbling together of elements of the department's work that were lost, moved, reduced, and thrown asunder by Secretary Rubio's cuts and reorganization. This new bureau is a solution in search of a problem, a location for vaguely security-related issues from across the department that was already functioning well as intended. including with statutory backing from where? Congress, before they were arbitrarily removed or shrunk. And like so much else in the destructive Rubio reorganization and in this bill, the majority is seeking to authorize all these new structures with no research or oversight justifying them in the first place. And for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this measure and I yield back my time.
Ranking member yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Self is recognized.
To the ranking member's points, many of the offices under the pre-Rubio change were never authorized. We have combined two bureaus that basically, both of them had offices that had titles that actually included the same words. Rampant duplication between the Bureau of Arms Control, Deterrence, and Stability and the Bureau of International Security and Nonproliferation. What this bill does is it combines these two into a common sense, a single entity that will put these redundant offices together, amongst other things, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Recognize myself for a moment. Ranking member brought up something that is very important, and that is arms control and national security. But I would remind the members of this body something that took place in the last Congress. And I think this is a perfect illustration of how not seriously the existing structure and the office was taking arms control. We had the Undersecretary of State in charge of arms control and national security, Bonnie Jenkins, sitting directly where our staff is in front of this committee. And she couldn't even tell us what looking at something objectively meant. She came here and espoused that she was here to support making a second state, a two-state solution. She opened it up with her remarks. That's what she was here to discuss. And she couldn't even discuss any analysis that she had put on it, who she anticipated would become the leader of such a state. Would they have to be labeled a state sponsor of terror? Not that we have to decide, but she couldn't even discuss what thought it was that she had put into something like that. That was the lack of seriousness that the top person in that arm of the State Department was all about. It wasn't a serious position. It wasn't being taken seriously. The individual there was not serious, ill-qualified, to say the least, and this is why we get to the places that we are at, where there is restructuring going on in the State Department to create a command and control that the American people deserve out of our arm of soft power, our arm of diplomacy, instead of individuals that have no business conducting the work that they were doing at the level that they were expected to do it at. And to say the least, she got destroyed here, and it's a perfect example of why this is being restructured. In that, is there any further discussion? Seeing none. The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to introduce a manager's amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5247, offered by Mr. Self of Texas. Page 6, line 3, strike, there is authorized, and insert establishment, there is authorized, and conform the margins.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Security is one of the critical duties of the federal government. This amendment is an extension of my previous introduction of H.R. 5247, legislation to provide key authorities for the International Security Affairs, RT family, related bureaus, and assistant secretary positions at the State Department. After months of bipartisan communication and coordination on these issues, I am disappointed that the minority leadership was unable to endorse the security-focused amendment, which completes the authorization of several of the vital roles and bureaus within the T family organization. We want to move to the future. We don't want to relitigate the past. This should not be controversial. For instance, this amendment clearly defines the responsibilities of the Assistant Secretaries for Political Military Affairs in arms control and nonproliferation, positions that carry enormous weight in shaping U.S. national security and foreign policy. Authorizing a bureau is not just a bureaucratic box to check. It's a core responsibility of Congress and this committee. You can't authorize an assistant secretary and then leave the bureau they're meant to lead in structural limbo. Put simply, this amendment is foundational. It brings structure, clarity, and legitimacy to key roles that directly impact our national security. And let me be clear, these provisions didn't just appear overnight. They have been shared with the ranking member and his team for months, ample time to read, review, and negotiate potential changes. If Congress and this committee won't do the basic work of defining roles, setting responsibilities, and authorizing the very bureaus tasked with furthering our national security, then we're not doing our jobs, and we will leave it to the executive branch. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Subcommittee Chairman yields back. Ranking Member Meeks is recognized.
Yes, this I oppose. This manager's amendment unfortunately does nothing to improve upon the problems I discussed that imperil the underlying measure. In fact, it only reinforces them. For example, codifying an assistant secretary position for a new bureau that undercuts and diminishes the State Department's capacity to address arms control and nonproliferation issues. So I just have to oppose this amendment in that regard. Yield back.
Ranking Member yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Jacobs, did you want to be recognized? I was told you did, but we'll cross your name off the list then. Very good. I will recognize myself. This amendment includes the following. Outlines the responsibilities of the Assistant Secretary for Political Affairs. It establishes the Bureau of Political Military Affairs. It establishes the Bureau of Counterterrorism. Authorizes appropriations for arms control and nonproliferation, as was mentioned, is very important. And out of the funds available to the Undersecretary for International Security, that's where it comes up with those appropriations. It includes the funds for all programs and offices within the Assistant Secretary for Arms Control and Nonproliferation. It authorizes an Assistant Secretary for Arms Control and Nonproliferation, and it amends current law regarding the title and the reporting structure of AUKUS. There are a number of well thought out and very important provisions in here that I do want to thank the subcommittee chair for working on. I strongly support this amendment. I commend the subcommittee on Europe, all of the staff for working on this legislation. This amendment, it builds on H.R. 5247 to provide very clear authorities, very clear responsibilities for key international security roles within the State Department's T family to make sure that what I spoke about earlier doesn't happen again, where you have individuals that are put into this position that are just woefully unqualified and not putting the thought into the position that is needed. These are not abstract policy offices. They handle some of the toughest national security challenges that we face: nuclear negotiations, the destruction of chemical weapons in hostile regions, ensuring that military AI is developed in line with U.S. strategic interests. These are not light issues. The T family also now includes the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, which combats international crime and drug trafficking, and the Bureau of Counterterrorism, which leads efforts to prevent and disrupt terrorist threats worldwide. This is common sense. Congress has a responsibility to formally authorize and formally define jobs and responsibilities of this magnitude. If we want a coherent strategy and accountable leadership, then we need to do our part in building the structure that demands that and that makes that possible. And that's why I strongly support this amendment. In that, I guess I yield myself the remaining of my time. There being no further discussion on this, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Self, number 83, and I do recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Very good. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Representative Jacobs, the clerk
Jacobs,
shall...
123.
Yep, clerk shall distribute the amendment, and the clerk shall also report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5247, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California. Page 3, after line 8, insert the following, and
Objection. Further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bipartisan amendment with Representative Moylan would improve the effectiveness and streamline the coordination of U.S. security assistance. This amendment is very simple. It requires the designation of the Office of Security Assistance within the Undersecretary for Arms Control and International Security to be the central node on all things security assistance, from coordination within the Department of State and with diplomatic posts. This is not a new idea. This is something this very committee has already considered and agreed to in previous years, and I believe that it complements Rubio's reorganization well. It also fixes something that I think would make things more efficient. It designates the T Undersecretary to be the lead on Secretary of State concurrence for Section 333 programs, rather than F as it currently is. This amendment is part of a larger proposal that would strengthen the State Department capacity and make our security assistance more strategic and coordinated. I appreciate the majority's agreement to include the GAO report that is part of this larger proposal in the accompanying report, so I'm going to withdraw this amendment so we can continue negotiations at a later date.
Without objection, the Jacobs Amendment number 123 is withdrawn.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Oh, we're going back and forth. So
Okay.
you really will be the next Democrat. Oh, you are? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't mind being skipped
The
over.
gentleman's recognized to offer his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Has it been distributed? Then the clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 5247, offered by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts. At the appropriate place, insert the following.
Without objection, it will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of what we're going to discuss today will be nuanced, but yet important. And I think this amendment falls into that category. Most people, fair to say, have never heard of the NERC. Well, it's an acronym for the National Nuclear Risk Reduction Center. It's a critical aspect of our nuclear deterrence policy. It was established decades ago, and as most Americans go about their lives and sleep, the NERC is staffed 24/7 by a 40-person team with skills ranging from our most expert linguists and foreign policy specialists to communications officers and software developers. The NERC's main function is to process notifications transmitted over communication networks on a variety of issues, to include nuclear arms control, ballistic missile launches and space launch vehicle notifications, arms deployments, and more, including, most prominently, the hotline between the United States and Russia. The NERC's staffed with Russian and Chinese language specialists among our best, and has long been critical to our arms control and international security efforts. Since its job is processing, notifying, transmitting, the NERC is not an intelligence office, it's rather an international security office. Therefore, this amendment officially authorizes the NERC in the International Security Bureau at the State Department, its most efficient and seamless home. I'd strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentleman yields back. The chair is prepared to accept the amendment. If the gentleman will take yes for an answer, we will ask unanimous consent that it be considered as passed. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Who else seeks recognition? If that's the gentleman who was told in that order he's recognized, the gentleman from New York is recognized, Mr. Lawler.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5247, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York. Page 13, line 15, insert the following.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requires the Bureau of Counterterrorism to maintain regional staff positions. Terrorist threats and activity vary significantly by region, shaped by local conflicts, movements, and challenges. No one can argue that these risks are the same in the Middle East as they are in the Sahel or Southeast Asia or in the Western Hemisphere. While we have full confidence in the expertise of regional specialists in the State Department's Regional Bureau, the Bureau of Counterterrorism exists as a distinct entity for an important reason. Without comparable regional expertise within the Bureau of Counterterrorism itself, the Bureau's overall capacity and effectiveness could be significantly compromised. Regional counterterrorism experts embedded within the Bureau will enhance coordination with the regional bureaus, ensuring all efforts under state run smoothly and in alignment. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Seeing none. The question, yes? Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. I think it is well-written and well-reasoned. I encourage my colleagues to all support it.
The gentleman yields back. Seeing no others, the question now is on the Lawler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
I apologize, but Mr. Lawler has a twofer. You have another amendment? No. No?
No.
And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5247, offered by Mr. McCall.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment will require the Assistant Secretary for International Narcotics to develop and implement policy to combat international wildlife trafficking and associated transnational organized crime. Stopping international wildlife trafficking isn't just about protecting endangered species. It's about protecting the American people. These crimes are funded and are funding transnational criminal organizations, including Mexican cartels that produce fentanyl. It is critical that the United States develop policies to cut off that money flow and disrupt the link between wildlife trafficking and organized crime. This powerful measure will make clear to criminal organizations worldwide that the United States Congress will not turn a blind eye to any enterprise being used to harm American citizens. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, McCall number 24. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Who else seeks recognition?
I have an amendment. Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Chairman?
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman's recognized. You have an amendment at the desk?
I do, yes.
The clerk will report the Smith amendment. And distribute it. Please report.
Amendment to H.R. 5247 offered by Mr. Smith of New Jersey. Strike section
The amendment
402.
will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment strikes Section 402 in the legislation, and it would place, if my manager's amendment passes, the trafficking office where I do believe it belongs and where it is today, and that would be in the F family. Law enforcement is extremely important with human trafficking. Justice Department does an amazing job in prosecuting traffickers, and there is obviously a component for the international security side, but it really does belong in, and I do hope to offer it as a manager's amendment that in my section, the F section, we would put trafficking. As some of you may know, I'm the prime author of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 and 4 other trafficking laws. I've worked on it for more than 30 years, and I do think this, where it would go if this is stricken, is where it really belongs.
Gentlemen, yield. I believe there's no opposition to it. Seeing none, I call the previous question. All those in favor of the Smith amendment, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the Smith amendment is agreed to. Are there any further? Well, as a matter of fact, there is a further one. I have one. Would the clerk please report the ISA amendment and distribute it? Looks like we got it just in the nick of time. The clerk will report. No? It's very different. Okay, we would now go to the gentleman from Maryland if his amendment is prepared.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Do you have it? Clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 5247 offered by Mr. Olszewski of Maryland. Strike sections 401, 409.
Without objection, it'll be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple amendment. It takes out sections of the bill related to Secretary Rubio's reorganization that devalues nuclear arms control and deterrence as critical elements of our national security policy. Specifically, the amendment strikes Section 401, reauthorizing the T undersecretary, because removing arms control from the title, as this section would do if enacted, sends a dangerous signal to our allies and adversaries alike that the U.S. government is deprioritizing arms control, when we desperately should be redoubling our commitment to these efforts. It strikes Section 409, which codifies the Secretary's dismantling of the arms control and non-proliferation architecture and workforce, when he merged the Bureau of Arms Control, Deterrence, and Stability into the Bureau of International Security and Non-Proliferation into a single diminished bureau. This merger slashed the number of offices focused on these issues by more than 40%, forcing out dozens of technical experts who dedicated their careers to protecting the American people from the most destructive weapons on earth. And finally, Mr. Chairman, it strikes sections 412 and 413, which codify the Secretary's Emerging Threats Bureau and its Assistant Secretary. While elevating the department's work on these issues is welcomed, the Bureau is a catch-all of offices, personnel, and issues that were previously covered in other parts of the department and are now left wayward in the Secretary's cuts. It's my opinion that if we're serious about elevating the department's work on emerging threats, we should have a dedicated, deliberative process informed by research and oversight about how to best set that up. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. If it's adopted, I look forward to working with them on a process that's thoughtful and deliberate on how to structure exactly that. And with that, I yield back.
Jen yields back. Does the gentleman, Mr. Self, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some questions for my colleague. The Undersecretary is overall of these bureaus that we have listed. Who would do that position? Who would do that work? Who would be responsible for international security policy and assistance if you strike this? If you strike out the Undersecretary, who will do the work for nonproliferation, disarmament, nuclear weapons policy, international terrorism, transnational organized crime, international narcotics? Who would do that if you strip that out of this bill? This is a critical position in this interface between military action and soft power.
I thank the gentleman for the question, and I would respond that because of the list of issues that you've run through, the fact that the structure is such that it doesn't actually elevate it to the level at which I believe it should. I think we actually share that philosophy. I think that in striking it, it would provide the opportunity for us to collaboratively find the structures that meet this moment.
Well, if I understand the structure of the State Department, you have the Secretary, you have the Deputy Secretary, and you have Undersecretaries. Do you want to put all of this under the Deputy Secretary of State? I think not. We must have not only an Undersecretary that is at a very high level in the State Department, but we need the bureaus underneath Assistant Secretaries. That's one of the things this bill does in general, is it establishes Assistant Secretaries where we have not had them in the past. This structure makes absolute sense with his responsibility at the Undersecretary level moving down to the Assistant Secretary level. And I firmly oppose this amendment.
Would the gentleman yield? I'd like to follow up on that question. Is this something where the importance of it you want to make sure is maintained? And isn't there another section or process in which we could make it clear that this conforming with the hierarchy does not diminish the importance of this position? Because currently this is a confirmed position, correctly?
Yeah, and I would welcome the opportunity to have that conversation with the chairman and with my colleagues.
Well, then, on behalf of the chairman, who will soon return, we'll agree to continue working on that, and particularly the confirmation mandate, so that there be no doubt that this is still an extremely important position, as the gentleman said.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Is the chair? Would you consider withdrawing your amendment, and if we work on this till?
I think I'd like to press the amendment at this point, and as we hopefully also can have conversations.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
We'll do just that. So, anyone else seek recognition? The gentleman from New York.
I strongly support this amendment. What it does is simply strips out the most egregious provisions that I actually laid out in my opening remarks to this bill. This committee should not just, rubber stamp what Secretary Rubio's reckless reorganization did and become a party to actually diminishing of the State Department's arms control and nonproliferation infrastructure. Nor should we, with all due respect, be rushing work on a critical issue like emerging threats. Now, as Mr. Oshinsky has said, we're ready to work with our colleagues. We want to do that. We're ready to work, but on smart, deliberative steps to improve the department's work in this space. But codifying a bureau and assistant secretary cobbled together from the other parts of the department that were already doing the job well. And so it seems to me all that we are doing really is rubber stamping a move from Secretary Rubio's reorganization. And I don't think that his reorganization was well informed by oversight or research. And it is not this committee's job. So I strongly support the gentleman's amendment, and actually, and urge everyone else to. I mean, I just think that there's got to be more deliberation. We're ready and willing to have that dialogue and conversation. Instead of the gentleman withdrawing his amendment, I think that maybe the bill should be withdrawn so that we would have the opportunity to talk more about it and try to do it in a bipartisan way. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I offer my amendment and ask unanimous consent to strike 5300.
The gentleman was in order to speak on this amendment. We can get to your amendment shortly. Do you have any, you want, no, the gentleman does not wish to speak. If there's no further debate on the amendment, the question is now on passing the amendment by the gentleman, number 20. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed. Pursuant to the rule, roll call vote has been ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Does anyone else seek recognition for an amendment? I guess the gentleman from Pennsylvania now is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I now offer...
Clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 5247 offered by Mr. McKenzie of
Without
Pennsylvania.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that I have submitted here will strengthen H.R. 5247 by ensuring the bill explicitly addresses the role of the People's Republic of China in fueling the synthetic drug crisis. This amendment directs the Department of State to engage with foreign governments to prevent and interdict the flow of synthetic drugs and precursor chemicals, especially those originating from China. It also requires strengthening international monitoring and enforcement efforts and developing clear metrics to evaluate the effectiveness. China remains a significant source of the precursor chemicals used to manufacture fentanyl and other synthetic opioids that are devastating communities across Pennsylvania and the nation. By making this responsibility explicit in the State Department's mandate, we ensure that combating the flow of narcotics from China remains a top foreign policy priority. This is not a partisan issue. It's about saving lives. Every district in America is affected by the fentanyl crisis, and China's role in supplying the chemical building blocks of that poison must be addressed with greater urgency. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment. By doing so, we can send a clear bipartisan message. The United States will hold China accountable, and we will work with international partners to shut down the supply chains that are killing Americans every single day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seek recognition? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment from the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Any no? Hearing none, the amendment is agreed. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment is agreed to, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments in this section? Seeing none. There being no further amendments, further proceedings as measure are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5244 to provide for authorities of the Secretary of State. The bill has been circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5244 to provide for the authorities of the Secretary of State.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? The gentleman, Mr. Mills, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by thanking Chairman Mast for his dedication and determination to take on this massive task that is reauthorizing the entirety of the U.S. Department of State. It has been a rigorous and high-pressure initiative, and its mission to make it as bipartisan and transparent as possible is exactly the way Congress should be operating. I also want to thank the Oversight and Intelligence Subcommittee Ranking Member, Representative Jared Moskowitz, for his collaboration with our team on this particular bill, H.R. 5244. This portion of the full reauthorization bill that we are debating now, H.R. 5244, mainly authorizes the supportive offices of the State Department, including the Ambassador of the United Nations and the United States Mission of the United Nations. Each provision is either a position or bureau of that administration. Both Republican and Democrat have utilized, aside from the red team capability provisions proposed by my Democrat colleague, Representative Titus. This bill provides for the basic structures of the S family. It restores true accountability. And for the first time in decades, every State Department employee, from subordinates in the field to their superiors in Washington, will answer to a single, unbroken chain of command. The Secretary of State will be directly accountable to the President, and to the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations will be accountable to both the Secretary and the President. That's how you ensure America speaks with one voice abroad. No freelancing, no mixed signals, and no confusion about who is in charge. We have an opportunity here to do our jobs as Congress to codify the structure of the U.S. State Department. This is the most opportune time for us to come together and work across the aisle. Therefore, let's bring credibility back to this institution and pass all bills debated today to reauthorize the State Department. The purpose of this whole authorization process is straightforward. Every dollar, every diplomat, and every time to support America, Americans, and American interests. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to oppose my friend Rep. Mills's bill. This bill attempts to authorize the structure and authorities for the Secretary of State, the U.S. Mission of the United Nations, and select entities under the Secretary. Unfortunately, this bill serves as an example of the majority's flawed approach to this State Department's reauthorization process. With all due respect, Mr. Mills. Let's start with some of the key offices and duties missing from this bill. Since the choices this committee makes not to include in legislative text can be as impactful as when we do include. It fails to authorize the Deputy Secretary of State and the Deputy Secretary of State for Management and Resources, despite requiring Assistant Secretaries to report to them. It excludes any discussion on the Office of Global Women Issues, which worked to advance the rights of women and girls across our foreign policy until it was eliminated by the Trump administration. It excludes any reference to promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, despite bipartisan laws this committee championed, and here again, then Secretary Rubio voted for it, directing the Secretary to do just that. And despite 8 months of legislative drafting, again, we have a last-minute manager's amendment had to be introduced for this bill due to glaring omissions, which then takes the inexplicable step of creating a new bureau to oversee all of the special envoy positions that have gone to the friends of President Donald Trump since January. Additionally, this bill would limit the scope of the State Department's office for the spokesperson to domestic communications only, when our diplomatic message should be focused on communicating to the entire world about America's values and leadership. It also narrowly focused the United States mission to the United Nations on issues like strategic competition and nuclear disarmament, leaving by the wayside a range of other core American interests that the UN mission should be advancing at the United Nations. Lastly, it is unclear to me how successful these officers and our missions to the UN can be without explicit authorizations of appropriations necessary to execute these critical missions. An issue that seems to be a common thread across all of these bills. As the Trump administration continues to shrink the State Department and cut funding to the bone, including U.S. contributions to the UN, this bill is silent on the resources necessary to sustain U.S. influence across the multilateral system and avoid ceding ground to our adversaries. I believe this bill, as drafted, does not meet the moment in which we are living and in which the Secretary of State and the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations must lead. And it is for these reasons that I must oppose this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Mills.
I want to thank the ranking member Meeks for sharing his opposition to this, but the question I would have is why? What we're trying to do here is pretty simple. We are further establishing offices and positions as our legislative duties are supposed to authorize them and not just have things arbitrarily done as it has for decades. What are we doing? We're authorizing undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, assistant secretary of state for diplomatic missions. We're looking at our special envoys. And to oppose things like a special envoy for hostage affairs, a special envoy for combating anti-Semitism, the idea that we're going to look at avoiding a special envoy for the Abraham Accords, knowing the key and strategic reasoning, a special envoy for Holocaust issues, for Sudan, for Burma, for North Korea, as well as for many others, to me seems asinine, when our goal and our job here is to try and ensure that we have things like directors of the civil rights and ombudsman. So I would just go ahead and say once again that not only do I continue to support this bill, but I support the overall structure of what Chairman Mass is trying to do by, for the first time in decades, authorizing the State Department and monitoring every dollar, every position to ensure it meets U.S. interests. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. None of this should be controversial. We are simply authorizing much of what already exists.
One moment, Mr. Mills. Let's
Read at the desk.
distribute and then designate.
That works.
Give me one moment. I know you're getting a lot of mic time right now.
I'm hoping to drop Mike soon.
Fair enough.
Have
Clerk
him
shall
at the desk.
distribute and designate.
Amendment to H.R. 5244, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida. Insert in numerical sequence the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The representative is now recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. None of this should be controversial. We're authorizing much of what already exists and has been utilized past and present administrations. The manager's amendment I am offering includes high-level, important positions and offices. It includes authorizing undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, the inspector general, and our special envoys. Positions that assist in the very basic functions of our U.S. State Department. I think I would all but agree that all members here believe that the office of the inspector general is a crucial position. So let's codify it. I think we would also all but agree that all members here believe that undersecretaries and assistant secretaries are crucial positions. So let's codify them. Again, let's do the jobs that we're elected to do, and with this amendment, we are codifying into law what the State Department needs in order to continue to function, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
So I oppose this amendment because, while it fills many gaps regarding key positions in the Secretary's office that I do support, it doesn't address my underlying concerns with the bill. I do not support the authorization of an Assistant Secretary of Special Diplomatic Missions overseeing all special envoys, many of which are positions currently occupied by President Trump's associates. This is a wasteful bureaucratic superstructure, a bureau to oversee the special appointees whose work may duplicate the work of regional bureaus with which the envoy should be closely coordinated with. This amendment also undermines the regional structure of the department, making it less efficient and promoting waste by creating separate channels for our diplomatic engagements. This bill, amending the duties of the Office of the Secretary of State, it could have been bipartisan, and as a legislative frame for the nation's top diplomat representing America to the world. It should have been just that. Instead, I think that this bill, which was sent in the last minute, an emerges amendment without consultation at that time with us. I think if we had a little more consultation on this amendment, because it does fix some of the things that I had a problem with, we might have been able to get there. But we didn't, and so I'll have to oppose it.
Yield back.
You're back.
Any other members seek recognition? I'll recognize myself. Were you seeking Representative Mills?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say to my friend from New York, and I do have a tremendous amount of respect for Ranking Member Meeks, that consultation would require the ability to actually talk to members. And when that's restricted, that prevents us from the ability to go to the members independently, other than that of my own ranking member, Mr. Moskowitz. So I think if we want further consultation, we must open up the dialogue to ensure that it's not run through a chain of ranks, but that we're allowed to go member to member to discuss these topics. I think that's very important. But again, the idea of us opposing things like the Office of Inspector General, undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, and special envoys, where they essentially have always existed, with the exception of that of maybe the special envoy to Syria and further escalations that's actually resulted in us needing oversights. So I agree that we need more dialogue. I agree we need more consultation across the board, but that makes it very difficult if we don't have that permission to be able to go direct. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Were you seeking recognition? Anybody else seek recognition? I'll recognize myself if nobody else. This is an important amendment. It will ensure that all undersecretary and assistant secretary positions are Senate confirmed. It ensures consistency throughout the department for a director of civil rights and the ombudsman, assistant secretary for special diplomatic missions, termination and renewal of special appointments, financial disclosures for temporary special envoys. That's pretty important. With the special envoys, it deals with special envoy for hostage affairs, special envoy for monitoring and combating anti-Semitism, special envoy for Holocaust issues, the envoy for Abraham Accords and for North Korea and for Burma and Sudan. I want to thank you for your work on this legislation. It's broad. It is encompassing a very difficult region of the world and regions of the world that, we see fires burning. And so your work on it is important, and I thank you for that. And in that, I end my remarks, and we will go to the next portion of this formally. You seek recognition?
Yes, Mr.
Nobody
Chairman.
over here? Good. Mr. Kane seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which includes an important provision that I sponsored, Special Envoy for Monitoring and Combating Anti-Semitism. At a time where anti-Semitic hate has reached alarming levels, I am pleased to stand with the Jewish community in the United States and around the world in calling out this evil. There is no place in this world for anti-Semitism. The role of the Special Envoy for Monitoring and Combating Anti-Semitism is crucial to ensuring that the United States can monitor and combat anti-Semitism, holding countries accountable for their actions towards religious minorities. Through this amendment, I encourage my colleagues to unite in advocating for religious freedom abroad. I urge the committee to support this important amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Mills, number 78. I support and I vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Where are we looking?
I have an amendment at the desk.
All right, the clerk, Representative Mills has an amendment. Clerk shall distribute and report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5244, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida. At the appropriate place, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to offer this amendment to acknowledge the important role that our special envoys appointed by President Trump have played in making the United States safer, stronger, and more prosperous. From promoting peace to putting maximum pressure on regimes that oppose the United States' interests and relentlessly seeking the release of American prisoners abroad, and these special envoys have put America first and are worth authorizing. I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment to support this administration and the vital work these special envoys are doing to strengthen our relationships abroad and advocate and negotiate for peace. Things like the special envoy that Tom Barrack plays with the Syrian envoy, special envoy for special missions, peace missions, Latin America, United Kingdom, Ukraine, best future generations, global partnerships, Middle East peace, and the Central Asian affairs. I think these are crucial and vital roles that we must authorize in order to try and continue the special diplomatic missions as the Assistant Secretary and Secretary of State has put forward. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Mills, number 77. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair. You're just waiting? So in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I just hesitated, before Mr. Mills leaves, I just wanted to, if you allow me, I want to make sure that I clear up the record. I have no objection, you as the chairman of a subcommittee, having a dialogue and conversation with the ranking member of the subcommittee. I think that's appropriate. I just think it is also appropriate, though, for the chairman and I to also have those conversations so that that becomes clear so that we can move forward. It's something that has worked before, which is why Mr. McCall has said that last term we passed more bills in this committee in a bipartisan way than ever before. And I'm just trying to continue that process so that we can get to a bipartisan agreements where we can. Quite frankly, sometimes we're not. It's just, that's democracy. And you are in the majority, and you have the choice to do it, to get things done that you want to get passed. But I just think that have the up and flow, and I know that it helps with bipartisanship, but surely I just want you to know I have no objection for you to talk to the ranking member.
Ranking member yields back. Where were we?
Are there any further?
Any further amendments?
Mr. Meeks, do you have an amendment?
I have an amendment at the desk.
No, then Ms. Biggs.
Give me one moment. We're going to make sure. We may not be going to yours quite yet. Hold on.
Well, just tell me when it's my turn. And
It's a deal. We can do that. Representative Biggs has an amendment. The clerk shall distribute the amendment, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One moment, Ms. Biggs.
Amendment to H.R. 5244 offered by Ms. Biggs of South Carolina.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For too long, our State Department has been hijacked by a radical DEI agenda that has no place in our foreign policy. DEI isn't about fairness, and it isn't equal opportunity. DEI is about pushing a far-left ideology that judges people by their skin color, their sex, who they're attracted to, or what they claim their gender is, not their actual merit or qualifications. It's a twisted worldview that teaches our diplomats to be ashamed of America. It promotes the lie that our country is fundamentally racist, sexist, and oppressive, and then uses your tax dollars to spread that lie around the world. We've seen the results: U.S. embassies hosting drag queen events overseas, foreign grants funding radical gender ideology and critical race theory, diplomatic staff told to focus on quotas instead of competence. That is not diplomacy, it's an embarrassment. My amendment stops this madness. It defunds DEI programs at the State Department.
It ends taxpayer-funded social experiments abroad, and it restores one basic American principle, that people should be hired and promoted based on merit and merit alone. Our foreign policy should reflect our strength, our values, and our pride. We do not need to apologize for who we are. We are the greatest nation in history, and it's time we started acting like it. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Representative yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Meeks, Ranking Member Meeks is recognized.
Thanks. I strongly oppose this amendment. This amendment perpetuates a false narrative that expanding equal opportunity and access to reverse racism, or that it is an agenda that divides America. This is simply untrue. Fact of the matter is, what makes America the greatest country that this planet has ever seen is its diversity and its opportunity for all to be able to participate and for all to be able to compete. We've come a long way because once upon a time in the history of this country, we were not allowed to do that. Women were not allowed to compete. People of color were not allowed to compete. And some of it was written in law. But we are striving to be a more perfect union. And the key to that is to make sure that everybody, every American citizen, no matter what race, no matter what color, no matter what creed, no matter what religion, has a true opportunity to participate and to make sure that we're able to move forward. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility efforts are central to efforts to modernizing the State Department, promoting a broader and more comprehensive talent pool, and ensuring its workforce fully reflects America around the world. That's the example, that's the moral, that's the values that we want to show around the world. That's also what this committee told the Secretary to do in prior bipartisan legislation that we passed, especially when it was under my chairmanship. So I urge colleagues to vote no on this harmful and inflammatory amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my colleague, Ms. Biggs's amendment. I think that we have seen, whether it be through our armed forces or otherwise, that diversity, equity, inclusion has been more divisive than inclusive and unifying. That is why, after the elimination of DEI from the armed services, we have seen an uptick, actually seeing every branch of service meet their recruitment goals early. This is simple. If I go in for heart surgery, I'm not worried about whoever may be the diversity, equity, inclusion pick. I want the person who's the #1 graduate who's going to do the job. This is restoring meritocracy and ensuring that we can actually get the best, brightest, and lead with innovative thoughts. And for that, I support this amendment and thank Ms. Biggs for submitting it forward. With that, I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, support the gentlelady's amendment. It's sad to me that in America we have to have this conversation, that we're not judged on the content of our character, but we're now judged on immutable characteristics of which we cannot control. That's not what America is supposed to be about. We are seeking a more perfect union, but the fact that we have to have this discussion means that we're not there, and maybe we've overplayed that hand. Look, everybody should have the goal and the opportunity to participate. However, the State Department, just like uniformed services and a gas station or a hairstyling salon, has particular needs. It's not about what you want. It's not always about what you want. And when it comes in terms of the country, it's about the needs of our nation. As long as the needs of the nation line up with the needs of the individual, that's great. But the needs of the nation come first, and they should be considered first, based on merit. So I support the gentlelady's amendment, and I thank her for offering it, and I yield the balance.
Any for Representative Castro?
Thank you, Chairman.
I think that we've come to a very sad place in this country when there is such an outright attack on attempts at equal opportunity. And I agree with the chairman that these efforts were started because so many people were locked out for so long, including women. It's also ironic that these comments and these efforts are made now when a president has installed the most unqualified, incompetent cabinet in American history. And it's very pernicious because this attack on DEI, you can hear the anger and the resentment and the fear and all of it as it's presented. It's meant, and the effect is to label every person who's African American, woman, Hispanic, as per se unqualified. So that because of the color of their skin, they're unqualified. And conversely, that every white guy is perfectly qualified. And that's how you end up with the most incompetent cabinet and unqualified cabinet in American history. And even though they continue to make mistakes and mess up, people don't question it because, of course, they're qualified. And people are still going down that road. Yes, it's dangerous to the country. This is dangerous to the country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else seek recognition? I'll recognize myself in support of this amendment. And I'll begin by saying something that we've all heard many times. It's been inscribed and rightfully quoted. Quality of character, not the color of skin, not the color of hair, not whether that skin belongs to a male or a female, not whether it's skin that belongs to somebody who's gay or straight, or unsure of which one that they might be, or unsure of which gender they might be, or anything else. Quality of character. This amendment is very straightforward. I'll outline what it says so everybody knows just how straightforward it is. Hiring and management. Hiring, recruitment, promotion shall not be based on race or color or sex or ethnicity or religion or sexual orientation or national origin, rather than individual merit and demonstrated performance. I'm not going to read every single line of this, so just so you know, I'm paraphrasing and skipping through some of it. No fund shall be used to promote or evaluate job performance based on an employee's commitment to DEI, or use fund to engage in training, surveys, tests, materials, or related activity to promoting sexual orientation, gender ideology, or DEI. That's not our diplomatic mission. It's not our soft power. No funds shall be used to establish any future offices or positions relating to DEI. I could not agree more. No divisive ideology abroad. None of the funds authorized to be appropriated to the Secretary shall be used to promote depictions of the United States as fundamentally or systemically or structurally racist or sexist or discriminatory or as an oppressive country. No award grants or contracts to entities that promote DEI or sexual orientation or gender ideology. And I could go on and on. This is common sense, and it goes to the core of the quality of the character, not the color of the skin. Again, not whether it's gay, straight, trans, male, female, this religion, that religion, anything else. Quality of the character. Proud to support the amendment. Any other representatives seek recognition? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't disagree with you more. I'm strongly opposed to this amendment, which would prohibit the State Department from doing any work to protect the human rights of LGBTQ people, prohibiting awarding grants and contracts to any organization that supports LGBTQ equality, or even prohibit the enforcement of non-discrimination protections for LGBTQ employees. I mean, prohibiting the grants to companies that support these initiatives. It's basically controlling exactly the belief structure of our corporate culture, which is not the role of the State Department. The idea that the State Department should defend the human rights of all minorities, including LGBTQ people, isn't new,
and this used to be a bipartisan issue. In fact, in his first term, President Trump actually launched an initiative to decriminalize same-sex relations, and for many years, including under the first Trump administration, the U.S. government's support for LGBTQ communities abroad worked to advance significant economic, national security, and public health interests. These investments create more resilient democracies that make strong security partners in a polarized world, while countries like Russia and China are increasingly weaponizing LGBTQ issues to undermine human rights and democracy on a global scale. Clearly, it's not enough for these anti-equality politicians to walk back the U.S.'s commitment to human rights abroad. Now they want to attack the rights of my community here at home. And through this bill, the LGBTQ State Department employees have become the next target. And let me be clear, this is one of many baby steps on a broader attempt to encroach on the civil rights and liberties of all Americans. Every government employee has the right to go to work without being discriminated against. We are the United States of America, and we value the right to speak freely, love who we want, and vote how we want. And when a group of people is at risk of being subjected to discrimination, Congress and our agencies have a responsibility to enact additional protections to safeguard their civil rights. It makes absolutely no sense to limit the State Department's ability to enforce non-discrimination policies. In fact, it makes us weaker. These are fundamental rights that exist in our Constitution, and the role of the State Department is to promote democratic values around the world. Every employee of this government has a constitutional right to go to work free of discrimination, and the fact that Republicans on this committee may disagree with that statement is a testament to their values and belief, which values discrimination over equality. I cannot emphasize enough how much I disagree with your recent comments and this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Anybody else seek recognition? Representative Self.
I rise in support of this amendment. When we have gone into cultures that are different than ours and pushed these non-American values, they have pushed back for good reason, because everyone is authorized to protect your culture. And that's exactly what we've tried to change around the world, which is not our job to change cultures around the world. Our job is to promote American values and security and interest. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else seek recognition? Seeing none. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Biggs, number 43. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Excuse me. A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Now it's your turn.
Thank
Representative
you.
Castro.
Castro, number 44.
Clerk shall distribute, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5244, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas, at the appropriate place.
Without
entitled-
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This amendment is about basic accountability and transparency. Over the last several years, the State Department has relied more and more on special envoys and special representatives to handle some of our nation's most important foreign policy challenges. These individuals carry the weight of U.S. diplomacy on their shoulders. But unlike ambassadors or other Senate-confirmed officials, they're often appointed without having to file the same financial disclosures, even though their responsibilities are just as serious. So that leaves a gap. The American people deserve to know whether someone negotiating on behalf of the United States has a financial conflict of interest. My amendment closes that gap. It simply requires special envoys to file the same financial disclosure reports that other senior officials already file. The reports would be reviewed by the Department's Ethics Office and published under the same rules that apply to other high-level appointees. This is not an unusual burden. It's a matter of fairness and consistency. If you're representing the United States on the world stage, you should meet the same standards of transparency as other senior officials in our government. Transparency builds trust,
with Congress, with the American people, and across the world. And when it comes to American diplomacy, trust is everything. I thank the chairman for working with me on this provision, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize that my colleague had not seen Amendment 5, which makes it very clear as we were authorizing all these special envoys. One of the key points in there that I actually agree with him, but it's redundant, is that special envoys are required to submit a financial disclosure form upon their appointment consistent with an existing requirement for government senior official employees and ambassador level positions. It's leveled under Section 13104, Section B of Title V. So this is a redundancy to what is already being told in Amendment 5, which has already been approved. So I, again, will say that I support the idea that they should submit financial disclosures and they should be treated just as senior officials do, but I don't see why this would actually be necessary when it's redundant to Amendment 5, which has already been passed. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? One moment. Did you guys want to withdraw that, or?
Yeah. Well, can I get recognized? I'm going to agree with him.
Go ahead.
Listen, if your amendment captures this, if it captures everything in it, then great. As you know, this was a fast-moving process with hundreds of amendments being filed within a matter of a few days. And so if you've got something that covers it, great. I withdraw it.
It was actually based upon what you and Designee Moylan submitted.
Perfect.
So it was.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Without objection? Withdrawn. Without objection, withdrawn. Very good. Any further amendments? Which one? Let me figure out who we're going to here. Which one?
We'll go to Ms. Jacobs.
Representative Jacobs.
Thank
And the
you.
clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
Jacobs 130.
Amendment to H.R. 5244, offered by Ms. Jacobs of California.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment changes the structure of the Office of Policy Planning to ensure that the department is better equipped to strategically plan across the department strategically for the future, instead of reacting to crises on an ad hoc basis. It shifts the current Office of Policy Planning to be renamed the Office of Policy to focus on more long-term thinking while retaining the flexibility for the Secretary to utilize their staff as they see fit. It then also creates the Office of Strategic Planning and Learning to be led by a director and leading the coordination of a new national diplomatic and development strategy that will be done every 4 years, similar to how the Department of Defense crafts its national defense strategy. This office will also be in charge of monitoring, evaluation, and learning of the department's national diplomatic and development strategy to ensure it's meeting its goals. These offices will create the structure needed for the department to prioritize so that we can get the most out of our tax dollars. This kind of structure will also help the department better communicate and make a compelling case for its strategic priorities in interagency discussions on foreign policy and national security matters, so that the Department of Defense isn't the only entity with the strategic planning capability. This is something I know my Republican counterparts have talked about, so I was hoping this would be a bipartisan provision and we could get to an agreement. Ultimately, we weren't able to negotiate this thoroughly enough to do that, so I'm going to withdraw this amendment in the hopes that we can continue working on this together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Did you offer to withdraw? Is that what I heard? Ask unanimous consent to accept that withdrawal. Very good. Without objection. Any further amendments? Representative Conlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute and designate your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in 2021.
One moment, Ms. Conlager-Dove. She's going to report your amendment.
Thank you.
Amendment to H.R. 5244, offered by Ms. Kamla Gerdove.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And now you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Appreciate you. In 2021, Congress passed a law prohibiting the appointment of special envoys who perform the same functions as positions that are expressly authorized in law. And the goal of this was to prevent wasteful duplication of federal resources and to streamline the department's functions, something this state authorization bill purports to do. Enter the president, who seems to be appointing a new special envoy every day. In my region, Trump's nominee to be ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, has also been appointed as special envoy for South and Central Asian affairs. How that differs from the assistant secretary to South and Central Asia role, a role that is already authorized into law, is anyone's guess, except it doesn't have to be. My amendment would require the Secretary of State to submit a report to Congress about how the responsibilities of these new special envoy roles perform different functions from the assistant secretary or ambassador positions they often seem to copy. That way we can all rest easy that no duplicative work is happening, no waste is happening under this or any administration, in line with the intent of this state authorization process. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Recommending an aye. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kumlager-Dove, number 25. I do recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. You're welcome. Are there any further amendments? Which one?
Ms. Dean.
Okay. Representative Dean?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I believe it is number 16, but I could be wrong.
The clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5244, offered by Ms. Dean of Pennsylvania, page
Without
19.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
16, UN. Just confirming, it's the UN one? Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I rise in support of my amendment, which authorizes funding to support the United States' financial obligations to the United Nations in FY 2026. Specifically, my amendment authorizes $1.741 billion for contributions to international organizations, CIO account, $1.48 billion for the contributions for international peacekeeping activities, CIPA account, and $444 million for peacekeeping operations, PKO account. While this administration has retreated from engagement in the UN, it remains a crucial, cost-effective tool for international collaboration. The UN continues to serve as a force multiplier for the United States, helping to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous with the support of international partners. U.S. assessments for the UN regular budget, funded through the CIO account, support core UN activities that advance our national interests, including efforts to ensure international compliance with sanctions adopted by the UN Security Council, UN political missions sent to countries undergoing or emerging from conflict, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, which facilitates international cooperation to combat fentanyl smuggling, and the World Health Organization, which helps detect, track, treat, and prevent outbreaks of infectious disease in other countries before they reach U.S. shores, and more. U.S. funding for UN peacekeeping operations is another highly cost-effective way to protect our interests and promote our values with the support of international partners. Notably, GAO reports have found UN peacekeeping operations to be 1/8 the cost of American taxpayers of deploying U.S. troops. Further, by helping to mitigate armed conflict and promote stability, UN peacekeeping operations advance core American national security and economic interests. without requiring the U.S. to put its own troops, our troops, on the ground. Colleagues, it is fiscally prudent and morally imperative that we continue to support U.S.-UN engagement. We must walk away from this shrinking of our involvement around the world. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. I oppose the arbitrary authorization for funds to the United Nations, an entity that just because we do not support them in the same level does not mean we do not work with them. But it is an entity that in so many cases has failed to step up to the seriousness of the mission. Their peacekeepers are some of the worst that we could find anywhere, to be very frank about them. That's saying it nicely. And we're simply not going to waste that arbitrary sum of money on programs for international organizations, even within the UN and other places. And when there are programs that rise, we will support them. And when there are programs that are fledgling and failing, we will make sure that they are not supported in any way, shape, or form. In that, do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I strongly support the gentlelady's amendment. It just makes good sense. The world has shrunk. It is smaller than it's ever been. And by us continuing to pull out of international organizations, by us not funding international organizations, by us not working collectively with international peacekeeping activities and peacekeeping operations, we are ultimately isolating ourselves. This is something that is good for us, as well as the rest of the world of which we share. But to think that we can do and stand by ourselves and not make any contribution when we are the richest country in the world? I mean, some of the things that we've already done, for example, by eliminating USAID and what it meant to the rest of the world. Many of us have traveled in a bipartisan manner around the world. We've seen what these organizations have done. You know, we take these CODELs, those, and we go and look at what the UN organizations and look at what they're doing and looking at the success. You're talking about a good return on an investment? That's exactly what this amendment does. You know, as I travel, people are asking, why are we pulling out of the UN? Why are we pulling out of any and all international organizations? It's causing us a big problem with our allies and our friends. You know, I could go into more, just talk about what we're looking at right now as we turn our back on Ukraine. So it seems as though anytime we want to put some money or invest in money, and how much money we're talking about based upon our GDP and we're talking about less than 1%. You know, when I was a kid, they said you know your values by where you put your money. And all we seem to be doing when we talk about money internationally is cutting. That's not who we are. That's not who we should be. So I think that the gentlelady's amendment is appropriate and necessary and sends a strong message, and it benefits the United States of America. I yield back my time.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Dean, number 16. I recommend a no vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
I have another.
Very good. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I believe it is number 17.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5244, offered by Ms. Dean of Pennsylvania. At the appropriate place, insert the
Without
following.
objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 5244, which simply states that none of the funds appropriated or otherwise made available by this act may be used to withhold files within the State Department related to the case of Jeffrey Epstein. Colleagues, enough is enough. It is past time that we have full transparency into the extent of Epstein's horrific sex trafficking network, a network that we know extended all over the world. There have been reporting of Epstein's many requests to State Department for duplicate passports, his extensive travel, and even reports of him traveling under a false name. We need to understand the full scope of his operation to secure justice for the victims, number one, and to hold those accountable, those involved accountable, number two, because at the end of the day, this is about ensuring justice for survivors of sexual abuse. For far too long, children, especially young women and girls, have been abused by the rich and the elite, who have the resources to buy their way out of being held to account for their crimes. This amendment is about accountability, deterrence, justice, and transparency, which I have heard many members in our chamber call for. We, the members of Congress, must stand together to meet this moment, to protect our children, and to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Recognize myself. I want to thank the gentlewoman for offering this amendment, and we want justice for the people that have been made victims. We agree on that wholly. I do not know if you are offering this amendment because earlier this month you voted against releasing all documents related to the Epstein investigation, voted against releasing all flight logs and travel records, voted against releasing all records of government officials connected to Epstein, and voted against all files and entities tied to Epstein's network being released. And I'm going to submit for the record the roll call of the House vote on September 3, which, to say in totality, every Republican voted for and no Democrats voted for, but that includes the sponsor of this amendment, without objection. The fact of the matter is, this amendment is not needed since the Committee of Jurisdiction is doing its work. The House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is already moving to secure the release of the Epstein files. On August 5th, the committee issued a deposition subpoenas to Bill and Hillary Clinton. They also subpoenaed 6 former U.S. Attorney Generals, Alberto Gonzales, Eric Holder, Loretta Lynch, Jeff Sessions, Bill Barr, Merrick Garland, 2 former FBI directors, Robert Mueller and James Comey. Why? Because these officials all led the Department of Justice and the FBI between 2000 and 2019, the very years that Jeffrey Epstein was abusing and trafficking young women, maybe young men too. The committee also sent subpoenas directly to Epstein's estate. They are demanding unredacted copies of cash ledgers, message logs, calendars, and flight logs. They are also already have privately reviewed these materials, documents that shed light on Epstein's financial and social web. Chairman James Comer has subpoenaed the Department of Justice for all records related to Jeffrey Epstein. A large portion of those have already been handed over. And what was Chairman Comer's response? He and the Oversight Committee, they did make 33,000 plus pages of those records publicly available for the American people to see earlier this month. I believe the date was September 2nd. And to go again specifically to one other item that I'd like to offer for into the record, that would be the text of the oversight subpoena to the Department of Justice by Attorney General Pam Bondi, and I will read that as well. In accordance with the attached schedule instructions, the Honorable Pam J. Bondi, in capacity as Attorney General of the United States, is required to produce the following documents and communications that are in your possession, custody, or control in an unredacted form, except for redactions to protect the personally identifiable information of victims, for any child sexual abuse material as defined by the Department of Justice manual or any other redactions required by law. All documents and communications relating to or referring to Mr. Epstein or Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell and further relating to referring to human trafficking, exploitation of minors, or sexual abuse or related activity. all documents and communications contained within the case file regarding United States v. Jeffrey Epstein, all documents and communications contained within the case file regarding United States v. Maxwell, all documents and communications contained within the file pertaining to the investigation of Mr. Epstein by the U.S. Attorney Office in Southern District of Florida that resulted in the 2007 prosecution agreement between the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District, Florida, and Mr. Epstein, all documents and communications relating to referring to United States v. Epstein, United States v. Maxwell, and the investigation of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein that resulted in the 2007 non-prosecution agreement between the U.S. Attorney in Southern District, Florida, Mr. Epstein, and all documents and communications between the Executive Office of the President, including the Executive Office of President Joseph R. Biden and the Department of Justice relating to referring to United States v. Epstein, and all documents and communications relating or referring to the death of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, submitted for the record without objection. Again, I recommended no vote on this. I do believe it's because members of this committee voted no previously to release all documents, and this is an attempt to make up for that while also trying to create a system where they hurt the structural reforms of the State Department that many do not agree with. And in that, I yield. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks is recognized.
Gentlelady's amendment is plain and simple. I mean, we know why we had an early August recess. It was by orders of the President of the United States telling the Speaker, get him out of here because I don't want all the Epstein files released. We asked why. We heard the Secretary, the Attorney General, who said one thing about she had certain documents in front of her. And then when it comes to release those documents, all of a sudden you say, no, it's Democrats and Republicans want accountability and transparency. But the gentlelady is just saying that we have jurisdiction over the State Department. And so anything that the State Department has, particularly in reference to passports and his travels, that we should, in this committee, since that is they are accountable to us, they should turn over, give any information, and no dollar should be utilized to prevent that from happening. With that, I will yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I thank the ranking member. Sometimes it's not appropriate to waive the reading of the language of anything in front of us, so I'm going to just simply read what my amendment says. This is it. None of the funds appropriated or otherwise made available by this act may be used to withhold files within the department related to the case of Jeffrey E. Epstein, including any information pertaining to his passport and his travels from the appropriate committees and the public. A single sentence, transparency, and I'm not certain, Mr. Chairman, what you're referring to. I'm assuming you're referring to a rule vote. That is not a vote on the content that was only about Epstein, and you know that. And so I think you're trying to misrepresent, actually, the voting history of me and of my colleagues. And I would ask the chairman if he has signed the discharge petition, since I know Republicans want full justice and transparency.
Absolutely not. And as I just pointed out, I'm happy to read over all the things that the Committee of Jurisdiction is functioning under if you wish to hear them again.
I can't imagine how you argue for transparency and you don't have the ability to simply say, of course we don't want dollars blocking transparency. That's all this says. So you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth. I do not understand the language that you are using, and the American people know what's going on here. It's a protection of whatever the underlying documents reveal. Why?
Gentlelady's time has expired. Do any other members seek recognition? Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a current issue in the House, has been for several months now. What we are trying to develop here is a structural reorganization of the State Department for the long term. I don't really understand why this is germane even to this issue, because we are trying to design a State Department, not deal with the issues before the House today that is more tactical than strategic. This is a strategic reauthorization that we are working on, not tactical issues, not the bill of the day, not the issue of the week, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other representatives seek recognition?
I do, Mayor.
Representative Mills is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and also just echo your sentiments with regards to the transparency that not only the United States Attorney General has, but also President Trump, who has asked for everyone to be in cooperation and transparency. I also want to thank Ms. Dean. I agree with your amendment in the fact that we should have transparency, we should have accountability, but I think that we also need to understand that certain committees of jurisdiction have already had the appropriated delegation of authority, if you will, to be able to continue these investigations and have been releasing the files as they've been investigated and looked into. I again also agree with my colleague from Texas, Mr. Self, with the germaneness of this when we're talking about structural development and authorization. So while I sit here, I agree with you, Ms. Dean, that we need transparency, accountability, and I know that Secretary Rubio, as well as for all of the independent departments and bureaus, will work in cooperation to be able to ensure that we don't dox victims of these heinous crimes, that we work with the victims to ensure accountability, and that we can find out who, where, and what actually took place, I think is very key. But I think that the Committee of Jurisdiction, as Chairman Mass has pointed out, the White House's directives, legislative directives, and the Committee of Jurisdiction under James Comer is already doing this. So for that reason, I oppose it only due to the redundancy and germaneness.
Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Dean, number 17. I recommend a no vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested, and pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, further proceedings on this measure are postponed. Thank you. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5246 to provide for the political affairs authorities of the Department of State. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5246, to provide for the political affairs authorities of the Department of State and for other purposes.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Representative Salazar, would you like to?
Thank you. Yeah,
Very good.
thank you. Let me begin by.
Representative is recognized.
Excuse me? All right, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mast, and Ranking Member Meeks. Our job under the Constitution is not just to fund agencies, I should say, but it's also to define them and to ensure they are organized. For over 6 months, we have worked across party lines to get to this bill. The result codifies who leads and who reports, bringing excellence back to the agency steering American diplomacy abroad. The State Department authorization package ensures that Secretary Rubio and every future secretary has clear command and control. Each bureau, every senior official will know their role and the responsibility. If something works, we codify it. If it doesn't, we fix it or we eliminate it, which is exactly what we're doing with this legislation. Most importantly, we will fill offices that have been long overdue to be codified. Most of states' most essential and powerful positions exist only in practice, not in law. The political affairs undersecretary, for instance, known as State Department, or known within the State Department as P, as in Peter, oversees every embassy and consulate across the entire world. The official reports directly to the secretary and helps develop U.S. foreign policy for every single region. After the secretary and deputy secretary, this is the department's most important position, and Title II of H.R. 5426 finally establishes the statute of the Undersecretary of Political Affairs and for all the regional assistant secretaries that report to them. But unfortunately, up until now, only one regional assistant secretary for North and Central Asia is codified in law. 1 out of 6. Therefore, this bill corrects exactly that, and it establishes assistant secretaries for Africa, Near East, East Asia, and the Pacific, and South and Central Asia. We also include a bipartisan priority, an ambassador at large for Arctic affairs, reporting to the P undersecretary, and a unit to counter the malign Chinese influence in East Asia and the Pacific Bureau. Colleagues on both sides of the aisle have submitted priorities through the members' portal, as they did for the other 7 titles in this full authorization package that we're discussing this afternoon. Most of what you see here reflects positions agreed to by the majority and the minority over months and months of negotiations. In other words, this has been a bipartisan process. Unfortunately, 2 key positions, the Assistant Secretaries for Western Hemisphere Affairs and for European and Eurasian Affairs, were not included in this base text of the law. But in this moment, we will take care of that, and I'm going to bring up a manager's amendment, which will correct that and ensure both are codified into law. So let me close with this. H.R. 5246 is not bipartisan. This is a common sense legislation good for the American people. This is Congress exercising one of our most important constitutional powers, executive oversight, vital for a healthy republic. For the first time in many years, this bill places in statute the entire structure of the political affairs undersecretary and every regional assistant secretary. This is critical to ensure that the State Department has structure, accountability, and transparency, no matter who sits in the Oval Office. I urge all members to support this bill, support accountability, and America's ability to conduct foreign policy with one clear voice. It's essential. With that, I recognize any member who wishes to speak on this title before moving to the amendment debate.
Do you yield back? Gentlelady yields
I yield
back.
back.
Is there any further discussion? Ranking Member Meeks.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do support this measure if this committee also agrees to change in the amendment process to treat the regional bureaus uniformly and include codifications for the bureaus responsible for Europe and the Western Hemisphere, respectively. As it goes without saying that these 2 regions of the world are critical to the U.S. interests and should not have been overlooked in the first place, not least given some of the significant policy shifts this administration is attempting to make in these regions. In Europe, Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine and Russia's continued aggression, most recently against our NATO ally Poland, have major consequences for American security and prosperity. In the Western Hemisphere, we have some of our closest and most impactful relationships, whether it be through extensive trade or historic and cultural bonds. And just this week, the Trump administration again struck a boat off the coast of Venezuela without congressional authorization, underscoring the need for this committee to engage so that the way we fight transnational crime in our own hemisphere doesn't violate international law or put us at risk of a full-blown conflict. Notwithstanding these initial gaps, the bill is relatively straightforward in authorizing the undersecretary and regional assistant secretaries and the political affairs family at the department. I also appreciate that it includes democratic provisions to codify ambassadors at large for the Arctic and Indian Ocean, along with a unit in the department to counter China's influence. I look forward to improving this bill through the amendment process. This this is sufficient for oversight across the department. In particular, I look forward to the consideration of a bipartisan amendment, which will be offered by Reps. Kamlaga Dove, Lawler, Titus, and McCall to codify important aspects of the Afghan relocation mission at the department. This compromise was the result of months of negotiation between our staffs, and I think it perfectly underscores my belief that even on difficult issues, when we talk and work together, we can reach an agreement. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Is there any further discussion? Representative Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. And I support this bill led by my colleague, Representative Salazar. This bill codifies the Assistant Secretary for East Asia and the Pacific. And as chairwoman of the Subcommittee on East Asia and the Pacific, it is crucial that we have an Assistant Secretary in place to represent the interests of the United States in the Indo-Pacific region. This bill is timely as President Trump's appointee to be the Assistant Secretary for the East Asia and the Pacific Bureau, Michael DeSombre, is going through the Senate Foreign Relations Committee this morning to hopefully be confirmed this week. Additionally, this bill codifies both the Countering PRC Influence Fund, an annual $400 million appropriation for the State Department to fund projects that deny, degrade, and deter the CCP's malign influence abroad. I applaud my colleague, Representative Barr, for also creating a CPIF unit to ensure proper monitoring and evaluation of CPIF funds and the U.S. tax dollars to ensure proper congressional oversight of this fund. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative yields back. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Representative Salazar.
So the manager's amendment that I'm planning to,
The clerk shall distribute the amendment, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5246, offered by Ms. Salazar of Florida.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, this manager's amendment fills out the missing pieces of the base text that I was talking previously. It establishes the Assistant Secretary for Western Hemisphere Affairs and the Assistant Secretary for European and Eurasian Affairs. Frankly, these two provisions should have been in the base text from the beginning, because we do need an Assistant Secretary to lead on Western Hemisphere issues. The Western Hemisphere is so critically important to the United States' national security, stopping the drug cartels, countering the oppressive, tyrannical regimes in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, promoting U.S. business in the region. All these issues need a point person within the Department of State who can advise the Secretary and help lead U.S. foreign policy with our Latin American and Caribbean neighbors. This amendment authorizes for the first time in statute this very, very important position. If we're going to authorize positions at the State Department, we should write down the responsibilities. This is why my amendment not only establishes each regional bureau, but assigns responsibilities to each regional assistant secretary. It gives them their job description so they do not create any type of confusion. This is the only way Congress and this committee can exercise their power oversight correctly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Representative Salazar for this amendment, this manager's amendment that recognizes that Congress should recognize the Western Hemisphere and Europe by adding those bureaus to the underlying bill. And, you know, I like to support this legislation. However, I do have some concerns still that it would codify the unlawful dismantlement of USAID by giving the regional bureaus the responsibility for implementing U.S. foreign assistance, a responsibility that belongs to USAID per the law. The amendment and the underlying bill make numerous references to the regional assistant secretaries. So I intend to offer a second-degree amendment to address those concerns. I yield back.
Ranking Member yields back. I'm going to recognize myself for a couple of minutes. This manager's amendment is important. I want to thank you for your work on it, Chairwoman Salazar. This amendment establishes all 6 regional bureaus at the Department of State to report to the Undersecretary for Political Affairs. This is by design. This manager's amendment also lays out our responsibilities for each position. There's no reason why Congress should not set out clear statutory authorities and duties for each of these positions. If we create the position, then we should write the position's job description. What are they responsible for? What are we holding them to? The regional bureaus and their assistant secretaries for each region of the world are absolutely critical positions. They're responsible to the undersecretary, and as a result, the undersecretary, for managing and formulating those bilateral relationships, he has to be responsible for all of that. All embassies, all consulates abroad report to them. For the first time, this amendment would codify them into statute. This is what we were talking about in the opening remarks, about 85% roughly of the State Department being unauthorized programs. What we're doing is making sure that if a program is there, that we've thought about it. It is there by design, and the duties are thought about that they will be undertaking. This amendment is non-controversial and codifies long-standing structure for regional bureaus, and I hope it is bipartisan, and I urge all members to support your manager's amendment. And
Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the amendment offered by Congresswoman Salazar to H.R. 5246, which strengthens the role of the Assistant Secretary for East Asia and Pacific Affairs by assigning expanded and clearly defined responsibilities. I was happy to see that this manager's amendment uses many of my submission regarding Compact of Free Association, COFA nation support, which language is both timely and necessary to advance U.S. foreign policy in one of the world's most strategically critical regions. The Indo-Pacific is central to America's economic prosperity, nation security, and global leadership. The Freely Associated States, FAS, the Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Palau occupy a unique and vital role in this landscape. Through the Compact of Free Association, the United States has a long-standing agreements that provide for U.S. military access and deny adversaries the foothold in this key region. These relationships, however, require careful, consistent, and high-level oversight to remain effective and credible. The amendments ensure the Assistant Secretary takes a leading role in managing bilateral and regional relations with the FAS and coordinating implementation of the compacts across relevant federal agencies. Importantly, the amendment also directs the Assistant Secretary to lead internal policy development on the People's Republic of China and coordinate programs and information sharing related to China, with Beijing aggressively expanding its influence, particularly in the Pacific Island nations. This is a critical step in ensuring our diplomatic and strategic posture is unified and coherent. This amendment will improve accountability, enhance interagency coordination, and ensure our foreign policy obstructors is better aligned to confront the complex challenges in East Asia and the Pacific. It empowers the State Department to act with focus, agility, and authority. In an era of increasing strategic competition, this amendment helps ensure the United States remains the partner of choice in the Indo-Pacific. I strongly urge Congress to adopt it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Representative Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of the manager's amendment, which includes necessary language to describe the responsibilities of the assistant secretaries and bureaus within the Undersecretary for Political Affairs purview. As with other structural bills we have considered and adopted today, assistant secretaries, undersecretaries, bureaus should have their roles and responsibilities codified in law. Failure to do this is irresponsible and undermines the exercise we've undertaken today. It is also inconsistent. Why would we codify the roles and responsibilities of the so-called functional bureaus, but not for regional bureaus? I urge my colleagues to support the manager's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I have a second-degree amendment to the Salazar manager's amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the secondary amendment, and the clerk shall report the secondary amendment to the Salazar amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Meeks to the amendment offered by Ms. Salazar of Florida.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment would strike the mention of assistance under the regional bureaus. Secretary Rubio has moved to subsume USAID into state and plans to run the bulk of development assistance through the regional bureaus who do not have the staffing capacity and the technical expertise to take on that programming. We absolutely should not agree to this after the fact, when we know that this will compromise our ability to conduct effective foreign assistance. These programs must be run by experts and by a sufficient number of them to ensure our taxpayer dollars are being used effectively. No planning was done before the Trump administration started these cuts and these drastic changes. So I urge members to support this second-degree amendment to ensure we get things right. U.S. taxpayer dollars, indeed, are on the line. I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. I recognize myself. I would say to the ranking member, in your secondary amendment, we are not in agreement on anything relating to removing foreign policy, but there are parts beyond that that we are not far off on. If you're willing to withdraw, I think that we can work together to get something on the second part to move on the floor. Something to consider.
My problem is, what do we do with foreign assistance?
Goes under political, as is outlined in the manager's amendment.
We may have something, that's very important as to how we deal with this.
There are places that we can work together on the second portion of it, and I think there's something that you can come out of on this where we find agreement, so.
I think that's a possibility here. If we can deal with this foreign assistance and making sure that we have foreign assistance, I think we can work something out. So, yeah, I will withdraw.
Without objection? Amendment is secondary amendment is withdrawn. Are there any further amendments? Any further secondary amendments? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Salazar, number 3. I recommend an aye. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Let me see if we're going there first, Mr. Mills. 1 second. Is this where we're going? Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The
This provision,
The clerk will distribute and designate your amendment, report your amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5246 offered by Mr. Mills of Florida. At the appropriate place, insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. This provision establishes the Assistant Secretary for International Organization Affairs, the IO Bureau, under the Undersecretary for Political Affairs. The Assistant Secretary will be responsible for coordinating, leading, and implementing U.S. policy in international and multilateral institutions. It also will retain oversight of the contributions for international peacekeeping activities, SIPA, and contributions to international organizations, CIO accounts. The Bureau is also established to coordinate, develop, and implement policy in line with the U.S. strategic interests. Additional responsibilities of the Assistant Secretary will include increasing American citizen employment at the United Nations and seeking to reduce the financial obligations for assessed contributions for peace operational budgets. The United States is currently assessed 22% of the UN regular budget and 26.15% of UN peacekeeping operations, the largest amount of any UN member state. The U.S. historically pays the highest rate of assessed contributions of the UN regular budget of any country, which at its peak was almost 40% in 1940. In the 1990s, the U.S. was assessed at a rate of over 30% of the peacekeeping budget, which triggered a longstanding congressionally mandated cap of 25% of the budget. I understand that department efforts have spanned both Republican and Democrat administrations to negotiate the percentage of the budget have been successful in reducing the U.S.'s scale of assessment. However, the U.S. is still asked to foot an exorbitant amount of the bill. Therefore, it is important and necessary responsibility to encourage greater burden sharing of the UN budget and seeking to reduce U.S. assessed share. It is vital to ensure the America First policies are advanced in such multilateral fora that the U.S. determines is within U.S. national interest and to participate in. I would be shocked to see the other side of the aisle disagree with establishing this position and bureau. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself for a moment. This provision establishes the Assistant Secretary for International Organization Affairs under the Undersecretary for Political Affairs. The Assistant Secretary will be responsible for coordinating, leading, and implementing U.S. policy in international and multilateral institutions. It's very important. The Assistant Secretary will retain oversight over contributions to international organizations. That oversight is very important. Contributions to international peacekeeping activities, very important. Bureau of International Organization Affairs is also established to coordinate and develop and implement policy in line with U.S. strategic interests, right? We want that coordination between all strategic interests so that we're speaking and operating in one voice, not rogue voices. Additionally, the responsibilities of the Assistant Secretary will include increasing American citizen employment at the United Nations and seeking to reduce the financial obligations for assessed contributions and peace operations budgets. I want to thank you for your amendment, for your work on this, and I will ask again, do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Mills, number 80. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Very good.
I have an
Representative
amendment
Barra.
at the desk. Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk. This amendment.
The clerk will distribute and report your amendment. Okay. Then we're happy to hear from you.
Amendment to H.R. 5246, offered by Mr. Barra of California.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And Mr. Barra, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment authorizes a dedicated director within the State Department to oversee East Asia and Pacific multilateral engagement, ensuring consistent U.S. leadership in a strategically vital region. The Director of Multilateral Affairs will be focused on ensuring the U.S. remains a central and trusted partner in regional fora where China and other powers are actively competing for influence. The Office of Multilateral Affairs, or MLA, ensures the U.S. has the staff capacity and the institutional framework to engage effectively in APEC, ASEAN, the East Asia Summit, the Lower Mekong Initiative, and other multilateral platforms. It also provides staff and logistical resources to support the U.S. ambassadors to ASEAN and APEC, strengthening America's diplomatic representation in key regional fora. As ASEAN Caucus co-chair, I know the MLA is instrumental in coordinating our diplomatic response to China's aggression in the South China Sea. That's why I was concerned when the State Department recently laid off the staff of the Multilateral Affairs Department while Secretary Rubio was on a trip to Asia that the team had prepared him for. By authorizing an MLA director in statute, we are signaling long-term U.S. commitment to multilateral diplomacy in East Asia and the Pacific. The MLA office allows us to have diplomatic capacity to push for open markets, democratic governance, human rights, security cooperation across the region, while countering growing attempts by strategic competitors to dominate regional institutions or set rules inconsistent with U.S. values and interests. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize myself. I rise in opposition to your amendment. Though thoughtful, I oppose this amendment because it is a position that has already been eliminated by the Secretary, and for the purpose of it is not something that was needed for the lean operation that he is running there. He's made it clear that the department will be more lean, more agile, and the billets for this do not exist any longer. But I do thank you for your thoughtful amendment. Do any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
You know, I don't think there's any other entity within the State Department that talk about, multilateral affairs. Multilateralism in a world in which we live in is extremely important. It is something that I think that as we see around the globe with multilateral, organizations, for example, like NATO, that is working strongly to make sure that adversaries like Russia is held at bay. It has kept us at peace since World War II. So to have someone to look at and to work with multilateral organizations, it helps strengthens us and it keeps us at the table. It doesn't isolate ourselves from everyone else. It's saying that we understand that coalitions, multilateral working together can strengthen all of us where we have values that are similar to us. So I think this is a very important amendment, and I strongly support and think and urge all of my colleagues to say yes to this amendment because it's good for the United States and in fact, it's good for the rest of the world and our allies to see that we are collectively together and there's a place to go and know that's coordinating all of this moving forward. So I strongly support this amendment.
I thank the ranking member. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Barra, number 40.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a recorded vote?
Can in a moment.
Okay.
We're gonna have a
Just
voice.
excited.
We're gonna have a voice vote first. On the voice vote, I will be recommending a no, just to save any anticipation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a recorded vote?
You may request a recorded vote. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. That recorded vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Barr. The clerk, yes?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Do you have an amendment, Mr. Barr?
Yeah, I have amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute your amendment, and the clerk shall report your amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5246, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky. Page 8, line 6, strike may and insert shall.
Very good. I don't think there's any further reading for you to do on that, so we don't have to dispense with it. In that, Representative Barr, you are recognized.
Short
You're
amendment,
recognized
Mr.
for 5
Chairman.
minutes.
It's a short and simple amendment, Mr. Chairman, but thank you. My amendment makes a slight technical correction to Section 309 of H.R. 5246 by changing may to shall in the opening section of the Countering PRC Influence Fund unit, and I'd like to use this time to speak in support of that change. The Chinese Communist Party is the most dangerous threat America faces, and Beijing has been spreading their malign influence across the world. China knows that one of America's greatest assets is our credibility and effectiveness in supporting our allies and partners. Thus, the CCP is actively working to undermine U.S. legitimacy across the world by undercutting and distorting markets in areas such as critical infrastructure. Among other things, their disruptive tools include predatory lending, coercive economic practices, misinformation, taking advantage of foreign corruption, and legitimizing authoritarianism.
The Countering PRC Malign Influence Fund was initially created through appropriation to address China's pernicious and growing influence, but for too long it has been used as a slush fund for the State Department's vanity projects. For example, $6 million for expanding Pacific Island weather and ocean data collection, $5 million for English language training in Angola, $2.5 million for scooter charging stations in Vietnam. So my bill and this simple reform establishes explicit statutory guardrails so our tax dollars are used strategically and effectively to counter the PRC's malign influence. It creates a dedicated unit to oversee, monitor, and evaluate every CPIF program, making sure every dollar puts America first while crippling the CCP's malign influence operations. This is basic. It's congressional stewardship of taxpayer dollars. While we will never be able to or want to outspend the PRC dollar for dollar, we must ensure that every ounce of funding is going the farthest to counter this generational threat. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this simple but common sense amendment. I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Recognize myself. I just want to thank you for making that technical correction from may to shall. I think it's an important one. On that, I'll ask one more time. Any other members seek recognition? Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Barr, number 84. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Yes,
Very good. Which one?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Representative Sherfless McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We will, you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
Do you know the number?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you know the number?
Oh,
25. Very good. The clerk shall distribute, and the clerk shall report the amendment. I don't always know the number either.
amendment to H.R. 5246 offered by Ms. Sherfless McCormick of Florida. Add at the appropriate...
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And Representative McCormick, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering a bipartisan amendment to reestablish and codify in law the Office of Haitian Affairs at the Department of State. Haiti is in a unique and urgent crisis, and eliminating the Office of Haitian Affairs at this moment seems contrary to our national interest. Haiti's instability is already affecting the United States every day, from the flow of illicit weapons from our shores into Haiti to the drugs transitioning through the Caribbean into our communities. Yet the decision to fold this office into a broader office in the Caribbean affairs was made without a clear strategy. This amendment simply restores what worked, a dedicated office with the expertise, personnel, and focus needed to meet this moment. It does not create a new bureaucracy. It does not require new funding, but it does ensure that Haiti receives the sustained and senior level attention it deserves. This is a bipartisan effort. Members on both sides of the aisles understand that a stable Haiti means a safer United States and Caribbean. By codifying this office, we send a signal to the Haitian people, to our partners in CARICOM, and to the international community that the United States is committed to a real sustained strategy for Haiti. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment and restore the focus, the expertise, and the urgency that this Haitian crisis demands. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Recognize myself for a couple of moments. I rise in opposition to this amendment, although I will be conducting a Codel to Haiti later in the year, and I hope that you and the ranking member will consider joining, and others. I'm just mentioning those two, not for any reason as slight to anybody else. So, very good. Started something here. You're invited to, Representative Zinke. Everybody's invited. All right. Very good. The issue that I have with this amendment is it creates some conflicts within the hierarchy by authorizing a director-level official to develop policy undermining the Assistant Secretary for Western Hemisphere Affairs, the Undersecretary and the Secretary of State's policy-making authority. So I thank you for your work on this, but I do oppose the amendment. Do any other amendments seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I strongly support this bipartisan amendment, and I want to thank Ranking Member Sherfilis McCormick for her leadership, for her continue to stand up to support the people of Haiti. Here, in the United States, she's a voice throughout America, but a voice in Haiti also. Her work is unparalleled. Her dedication to Haiti and to the American people. As one of the worst humanitarian, security, and political crises in the world proceeds unabated, and it's just miles off the coast of Florida, the Trump administration decided that now would be the best time to shutter the office in the State Department dedicated to Haiti, the Office of Haitian Affairs within the Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs. They made this decision as the dire humanitarian situation in Haiti continues to deteriorate day by day. Escalating gang violence has made hunger and displacement all too common, and there are now more than 1.3 million Haitians that have been driven from their homes. Over half of those displaced are women, and just over half are children. Just last week, a gang massacre in a fishing village north of Port-au-Prince murdered at least 40 people, including a 4-year-old child and their grandmother. We cannot turn a blind eye on what is occurring in Haiti. Outbreaks of cholera continue. Malnutrition rates are severe, and millions have extremely limited access to clean water, health care, sanitation, and protective services. We neglect the crisis in Haiti at our own peril. Authorizing the Office of Haitian Affairs will not end the humanitarian and security crisis in Haiti overnight, but it will create the infrastructure at the State Department to respond to the emergency in Haiti. It will also give the Haitian people the knowledge that the United States does care, is watching, and will continue to do what it can do to help this situation and help bring aid and security to the people of Haiti. So this amendment is timely and most important given what's taking place on the island currently. And I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Sherfilis McCormick, number 25. I recommend a no vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call vote.
The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Ms. Kamlager-Dove, do you have an amendment?
Do I have a minute?
Do you have an amendment?
I do, yes, at the
Very
desk.
good.
It's coming to you. I have to say, I like this with the, yeah, that works.
Monitors.
That works.
The clerk shall distribute and report your amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5246, offered by Ms. Kamlager-Dove of California.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I am so grateful for the opportunity to introduce a section of my bipartisan Enduring Welcome Act as an amendment to this bill. My amendment will codify the Office of the Coordinator for Afghan Relocations, expand the responsibilities of the Coordinator for Afghan Relocation efforts originally authorized in last year's NDAA, and extend authorization of both the Coordinator and the Office through 2029. It sends a clear message that Congress is committed to standing with our Afghan allies. I believe supporting those who stood with us is a matter of national credibility and moral responsibility, something that should not separate us along partisan lines. Thousands of Afghans risked their lives in support of American service members, many of whom would not be here today if it were not for their help, many of whom I have talked to across the state of California who are hoping that this gets the support it deserves. These Afghans put themselves in danger for us because we promised them the United States would have their back, and they believed us. They believed that if they risked their lives to join our fight against the Taliban or worked with us to build a better and more inclusive Afghanistan, that we would not leave them at the mercy of those same people. And you know, there are veterans on this committee who probably know better than I what those words I just read mean. Veterans on this committee, I am sure, understand what real danger looks like, what it means to be loyal to those who are with you on the battlefield, and why keeping your word, especially during a time of war, especially when you are on the battlefield with someone, means everything. It means life or death. The debt we owe these Afghans is immense because they have saved American lives, and keeping our promise to them ensures that we are keeping our promise to our troops to do everything in our power to make sure that they're safe and to make sure that folks are still interested and willing to serve. I want to offer my sincerest thanks to the chair, and that is written right here. I'm going to say it again. I want to offer my sincerest thanks to the chair for his support for this amendment and to his staff who worked tirelessly to make this a bipartisan product. And I want to thank my Republican co-sponsors whose courage of conviction I deeply admire, especially Representative McCall, who has been a giant on this committee and who will be deeply missed as he moves on to better, probably safer, more productive, exciting things next Congress. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I thank the chair and yield back.
Representative yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Chairman Emeritus McCall.
Go ahead. I didn't know.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I strongly support this amendment. I want to thank the representative for her kind words as well. This is a bold move, but it's easy. The United States made a promise to the Afghan people who stood shoulder to shoulder with our men and women in uniform. They risked their lives as translators, guides, and partners, as the chairman knows all too well. Many of them and their families are still living in danger today because of that service. In fact, it was reported that biometrics were left behind in Afghanistan that the Taliban is now using, going door to door, asking for fingerprints, and then taking them hostage, and in some cases executing them. The withdrawal from Afghanistan was a dark moment in our history, and we examined that very intensely last Congress. We all saw the chaos at the Kabul airport. We saw the damage that was done by the suicide bomber. We all heard from veterans and service members whose Afghan partners were left behind. Those promises we made did not end when the last plane departed. They still remain our responsibility. This amendment ensures that the Afghan relocation mission has a clear leader, dedicated staff, and coordination necessary to deliver on our commitments. It also provides accountability and focus at the State Department so that our Afghan allies are not lost in the bureaucracy. This is about keeping faith with those who kept faith with us. It's about honoring the sacrifice of our troops who fought alongside Afghan partners. And it's about demonstrating to the world that America does not abandon its friends. Our military's creed is clear. No one left behind. No one left behind. On the battlefield, or at sea, or in the skies. Congress must uphold that same promise to our Afghan allies. I strongly support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Ranking Member Meeks.
I strongly support this amendment, and I want to thank Chairman Mast and the majority for extensive negotiations so that we could reach a bipartisan agreement. This amendment incorporates elements of H.R. 4995, bipartisan legislation by South and Central Asia Subcommittee Ranking Member Kamlaga Dove, Representative Lawler, Representative Titus, and Chairman Emeritus McCall. It would codify the Office of the Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts in addition to the coordinator that we statutorily required in law last year. More clearly define the responsibilities and chain of command of the coordinator and authorize both the office and the coordinator through 2029. I believe it is important that we protect the infrastructure of the Afghan relocation effort. But our job won't end even if these provisions are signed into law and Congress appropriates sufficient funding. Keeping our promise to Afghan allies will require the Trump administration to follow those laws and spend those funds. The Trump administration must tackle this problem with the same energy and imagination that this amendment's bipartisan sponsors have shown. Implementing a minimum statutory requirements will not be sufficient. And it is extremely important that this committee communicate that in its ongoing oversight of the department. We must continue to make sure that those Afghans that stood with us, that fought with us, that gave information to help us are not forgotten, and there should not be a shortage of funds to help them when it comes time to relocating and making them and their families safe. So again, I want to thank the chairman and Chairman Emeritus McCall, and of course, the ranking member of the committee, Ms. Kamlaga Dove, for this extraordinary and most important amendment. And I ask all to support it. I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition?
Chairman?
Recognize myself for a moment, and then we'll come to you. I think you'll be next. I want to thank all members for their work on this bipartisan piece of legislation. It is important. This measure does authorize a coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts, CARE, as we all refer to it as, and the associated office within the South and Central Asia Bureau. So I do want to thank everybody for their work on this, not just now, but previously. Everybody's been working hard on it. And in that, Representative Keating, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Representative Kamlaga Dove for this amendment, Representative Titus for her efforts in the past and currently, and an opportunity to thank again Representative McCall for his longstanding efforts in this area as well. Tell you why this is necessary. During the recess that we had, I visited a federal detention center in my district, and I went there to visit a man that was there, and in part because of another person I met about 12 years before that, when I went to visit the troops in Afghanistan, and the Marines there, upon my offer to do anything I could to help, actually said, this time we do have something you could help us with. They asked us to go to the village at night and to meet a man who was there, to thank him. They thought because having a member of Congress come and thank him personally would have more impact. This man was risking his life, giving information where there was explosive devices planted, where the Taliban was planning activities, saving American lives. And as I talked to this gentleman, I had to ask him the question, why did you do this? And he said, after moving dramatically from behind and pushing his 8-year-old son forward, he said, I'm doing it for him. I want him to have a chance to be educated, to write, to read, to live in peace where war isn't there as an everyday occurrence. That man, according to the troops I was with, probably didn't survive very long. He risked his life for our troops. So the man I visited in the detention center this past month, I'll use the name Zia S for security reasons, had committed 4 years helping our troops, the Army in this instance, translating, giving information, risking his life. In fact, he was targeted by the Taliban, and when they didn't get him, they seized his brother, tortured and kidnapped his brother. When the Taliban took over, he managed to take his wife and 5 children over the border to Pakistan. He did everything by the rules. He had an approval from the chief of mission there for a special immigrant visa. He was given instructions how to proceed. He was told because of his danger that he could go to the United States in a probationary status, it's safer there to pursue his green card coming forward. And he relocated his family and did that. And in the process, when he was going through the biometrics to just get another step towards his green card, he walked out the back door of a citizenship and immigration center in Connecticut and was surrounded by 6 people with masks who took him and detained him, who said, "Aren't you going to resist?" And he said, "Why would I resist? I'm obeying the law." When they got him in custody, because he was able to contact an attorney and the things weren't done in the right process, he was questioned by ICE, told he was going to be sent to Russia or Iran if he didn't sign a document. But he didn't. He's still in that process. And this amendment will go a long ways, I think, to giving greater accountability and greater coordination to make sure these kind of things aren't happening to those people who would risk their lives for us. So I want to call attention to his particular case as it goes through the system. And I also want to move forward supporting this amendment because it's obvious, given the story, that greater coordination, greater accountability is necessary. That promise of America and being like American to the person that I met 12 years before was a promise that he was given as well. But he was given also a promise from America that given his work, that risked the lives of himself and his family, that wouldn't be forgotten and he would be able to come to the U.S. It's important not just for his situation, but if we have other troops in the future in different circumstances deployed elsewhere, we want to let those people know if they are helping our troops in a similar way, that they will be given that same promise from America if it was given to them. To go back on them puts our future troops at risk as well. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Kamlager-Dove, number 63. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Any further amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Very good. The clerk will distribute and report the amendment. Thank you.
Amendment to H.R. 5246 offered by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Representative is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment establishes the Countering Russian Influence Fund, and for acronym purposes, since we love those things, the CRIF Fund and the CRIF unit within the Department of State. This unit is identical to the Countering the PRC Influence Fund, which is acronymed CPIF, already present in the underlying legislation, but specifically for countering Russia. The CRIF unit, like the CPIF unit, will strengthen our relationship with the partners and allies, particularly in Europe, to support them in maintaining their own autonomy, security, and prosperity against Russian influence. This unit will also allow the United States to maintain our competitiveness against Russia on the world stage and reinforce our own defenses against Russian influence in areas such as digital infrastructure and economic supply chain. Specifically, establishing this unit for countering Russian malign influence will create a central hub for the State Department to oversee, direct, and provide strategic guidance to senior leadership on specific counter-Russia programming. As the Kremlin continues its illegal war in Ukraine, its crackdown on civilians at home, and expands its relationship with China, North Korea, and Iran, it's clear that establishing this unit is squarely in America's interest. Furthermore, with both CRIF and CPIF working together, the department will best be protected against the growing Putin-Xi partnership. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their input and support of this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself. This creates a role with permissive may phrasing, so the Secretary is not forced to actually expand resources to create the unit specified in the amendment. It does not authorize additional appropriations. It's good policy. I recommend a yes vote. And in that, do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. Being no further, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating, number 66. I recommend an aye vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? I do not see any. There being no further amendments, further proceedings on this measure are postponed. And the committee will recess until, do we have an exact time?
We will send it out.
Committee will recess for around 30 minutes, but we will send that out to everybody as well. Agreeing to the amendment, we'll vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommended aye. Yes, there they are. They're fixing the colors on it. So that you don't have to guess if you're yes or no. There we go. Now you can see it. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 23.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 10 offered by Representative Meeks to H.R. 5248, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. I recommend a no vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 22, the noes are 28.
Noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5248 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Roll call vote.
All right, a roll call vote has been requested. Members will vote using electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. I recommend an aye vote. Have all members voted? We need some new batteries for you, Mills? All right. We'll see if we can dig up a battery somewhere for you. Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 22.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended and single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. There being no further amendments, I move that committee report H.R. 5251 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Roll call vote.
Very good. A roll call vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 48, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider has been laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5245 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. And we would like a recorded vote. A recorded vote having been requested, members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 20 offered by Representative Olszewski to H.R. 5247, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. I recommend a no vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 18, the noes are 28.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I think I accidentally voted yes on that. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5247 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Recommend an aye. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 19.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended and as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 43 offered by Representative Biggs to H.R. 5244, on which the ayes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommend an aye vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 19.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 16 offered by Representative Dean to H.R. 5244, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. I recommend a no vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 20, the noes are 28.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 17 offered by Representative Dean to H.R. 5244, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. I recommend a no vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 21, the noes are 27.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5244 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Aye vote recommended. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will close the vote.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 20.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, and staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 40 offered by Representative Barrett to H.R. 5246, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recommended no vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 20.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on roll call vote on amendment number 40 offered by Representative Sherfless McCormick to H.R. 5246, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will close the vote. Close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 29, the noes are 19.
On this, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5246 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
motion
I
is agreed
request a
to.
recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system, and the clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 49, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The measure is ordered favorably reported as amended as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes.
All right, now we're going to call up the next bill.
Calling up the next bill.